get back on your feet so you can support yourself. Food stamps should not be this thing where people like me permanently pay for your groceries so that you can use the money you save to instead spend that on alcohol and vacations. That should never have been allowed. So I am happy to see you get cut off.
After the destruction of the first
even
temple,
happier to see you get arrested when you think that you're entitled to steal food instead. I'm from Renewal Rangers.
All right, so that's two versions of what's going to be happening. What is going to be happening by the end of next month? Okay.
100%.
So,
Wait, isn't it?
I'm talking about once everything starts sinking in. Because some people have started to say, from what I'm understanding, conversations that I'm having at the store or at the coffee shop, people they didn't spend all their October, so they have a few coins left from October, but now you should see the shift is the way things in the baskets. So now everybody has like dry pastas and canned pasta sauces, dry beans, rice. It's all, I'm in there nosy as heck. I was like, okay, what are people doing? What does this look like? So more of that kind of stuff, non-perishable stuff, long shelf life stuff. That's what people are buying now. And all the cakes and cookies and shit, all that stuff is being purchased. Not happening.
Come on, man. Earlier today, somebody told a person, well, just go ahead and sell your home. If you
Forget it.
huh?
Sell your
You not talking.
And Mel, shut up. I'm not bringing out nobody's name. I'm just saying. Somebody told somebody, if you can't afford these things, then maybe you should, pretty much find a new place to live. Sell your home, collect the money, and find somewhere to live.
Well, it might take stuff for some people, but what if they show you to find all other options before you just say tell somebody it's home? You don't know what's behind all that. The first thing I'm just saying is like, let's exhaust all options.
Well, can you tell us that house? Oh, well, the person was pretty much hurt about it. I mean, the response was obviously, how, telling their story. But the idea and what I'm saying and bringing that up is the fact that is the other side's mindset. They're saying, listen, you should have been off of this program a long time ago. And I'm tired that the federal government is taxing my money that I worked hard for to make sure that you have food on your table. That is the mindset you're dealing with. How do you negotiate with someone who you're robbing from them? How do you get into the psyche of someone? And that's my point. But majority of the people voted for this man.
So I have a question. Thank you. It may be a dumb question. So it is, please, it's a dumb question. It does seem to me that food assistance is not meant to be permanent. Now, I understand there to be a significant gap between somebody being able to make a living and somebody being able to come up with food assistance. What I mean by that is, if you are making $50,000 a year and you get some sort of food assistance, if you make $55,500 a year, that could prevent your food assistance.
That number real high, bro.
Well, I'm maybe right. I'm not saying I'm right about that.
Are you talking about like 3 or 4 people in a house?
Yeah, but Marshall, if you say the real number, Marshall, the real range would add more context to it.
Hold on.
But the real range is pretty.
Well, please, let me finish. If the rate is lower, please lower it. The question I am providing is whether food assistance is temporary or permanent. Do we think food subsidies should be permanent in that fashion? And if we do, that's great. I'm not advocating against that.
It has to be in the
I'm more wondering whether more people think food assistance should be one of those kind of semi-permanent things that the federal government provides, or whether it should be a temporary thing, noting what we just listened to. It should be temporary. Should it be?
I have the answer. I have the answer.
Yes, it should be temporary, but if the person still needs it, not just take them off of it. If the circumstances haven't changed, then what the fuck you take them off for? You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not saying you, but I'm saying like, if someone is not getting a fucking pay raise and they're working and they still get qualified for it, why should they come off of it? No one's getting, no fucking real money. Minimum wage hasn't changed.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Food's going up.
And if the cost of living is going up and your salary is not being adjusted accordingly, then you stay behind.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus, you guys are acting like it's just the money, but you're not taking into consideration the amount of people in the household and also the percentage of your salary compared to the poverty level. And it's not like, for instance, in my state, the net monthly income is $3,000 for a family of 5 in order to receive food assistance. That is not a lot of money.
Tied to the poverty level that's defined by the federal government. But I think what's more important with the question, what I think is a good question, is what are the social safety nets that enable people who are born into generational poverty to lift themselves out of that, right? And so if you have free education, free healthcare, things that are not tied to your generational wealth or poverty that enable you to lift yourselves out of that poverty, if you're smart and driven and whatever, then yeah, absolutely, food assistance and welfare should be temporary. But if all of your systems are built to like promote generational poverty and push the poor down and lift the rich, well then yeah, of course those welfare systems are going to be permanent, because the entire system is created to push the poor to be poor and help the rich get richer.
And why, on top of that, why do we always talk about what poor people are getting, and we never talk about the taxes that the rich want, the tax breaks that the rich want? It's always about the poor and what they're not doing or what they're getting. We never have a whole discussion about the rich and the predicament we're in right now, because Donald Trump wants to protect the rich and make sure that they get what they want. They're already rich. What is the problem? They're already rich. Why do they need more? While we talk about what the poor, how long the poor should stay on assistance.
I think, Marshall, you should probably evaluate what the economic factors are that allow for an aristocracy to continue to expand to an oligarchy, because that's really the demographic that you're a part of. And so you should try and break that down for us.
So the thing is, we're still basing everything on
much money.
Can you hear me?
And hold on, I don't have that much money.
Well, I mean, your parents and your parents' parents, and
my
like
parents'
the land that they
parents.
own.
My
Marshall's a millionaire, don't mind.
You're just making assumptions about him. I'm so confused.
I never got to it. I know enough to know that we
never
can hear everybody.
Y'all, they just never
Marshall,
did.
hang on, please.
Hold on, guys. Who was speaking first? Because I don't even. So many great conversations are going. Okay, Tara, and then Moose. You can really.
No, I think Tara Marshall's going to respond, and Royal's been waiting as well.
Okay, Moose, you want to run the queue? Because I'm not holding my phone. You do a great job at it.
Just what I was going to say was like, my family never had that much wealth. Maybe it's perceived that I do, but my family never actually had that much money. The point I'm making, and the point that I think is important, and the point that is important for the establishment of public assistance, is that public assistance was never meant to be a permanent thing. Jeremy, wonderfully enough, provided a great avenue for this, which is if you could structure society in a way where people can't afford to live, then you end up having to deal with it, right? My point was more, should it be permanent or should it not be permanent? And if it should be permanent, why should it be permanent? And where do we continue to derive those dollars?
Well,
Granted, I think there's a lot of that comes from how we diagnose wealth. And one of the most important things is that how we get wealth from other people to contribute to social systems, right? And for me, that big thing is that there are people who have money that are going to have to contribute when they didn't think they would have to. But the critical point is, should social assistance be permanent or should social assistance be temporary? And if it should be temporary, how temporary should it actually be?
Can I get in here right now?
Real quick, because someone Tara was, she was actually supposed to talk before Marshall. Marshall took the mic back. Go ahead, Tara.
Wait, can someone check the chat? Somebody's just being too ignorant that deserves
All right, go check it. Thank you.
Well, I won't take long, but I just want us to get into a space where, Marshall, we are being productive in the conversation about thinking about, if you want to think about this, how to get people in a position where they are independent, where they are able to have more financial freedom from their subsidies, you may want to think about what has historically taken you to this point? What has continued to move wealth in one direction, not in the other direction? I think it would be great to look into how many subsidies have been given to the class that was able to get land and enslavement rights, and then also to continue to profiteer in that way. It would be helpful for you to understand how much that has been subsidized for a particular class of people in society. I think it's also helpful to start to understand how this has been compounding generation after generation. And then I think it would be also pretty helpful to understand how those things continue to create disparity. Would that be helpful?
You going, Royal?
Yeah, stepped away. Go ahead, Roy.
No, after 10 minutes, everybody already said I was those. I'm the same.
So, Marshall, I would just answer you answered your own question. I don't even know how you can. It should be temporary, but the problem is, I don't know why you would even ask that question when you yourself. It's needed because, unfortunately, the structure of society keeps people in poverty. So you can't answer that question faithfully. It should be temporary, yeah, but the problem is it can't be temporary because of the bullshit that happens right here in America. Who's going?
The oppression isn't temporary, so why should the payments or benefits be temporary?
Exactly. Because if there you go. Because you said it more simply. Yep.
Me, sir.
So no, I agree. But if your financial situation changes,
no, this is what I wanted to say. This is Miss Lisa speaking. Hello, everybody.
How you doing, Lisa?
Like I say, if the oppression isn't temporary, then why should the benefits be temporary? I'm not really into the looting part, and you're going to take stuff because they owe me this. Well, I think we've all become very spoiled and Americanized. We used to farm. We used to farm and grow our own food and eat from our land and eat enough just to sustain our households. We had the barter system going. If I needed something, I can go to my neighbor's house and say, well, I need some eggs. You got some tomatoes? Or I got tomatoes. You need eggs? Or, I have an old car in the back that I got some parts on this car, but I need a vacuum. I'll trade you some parts for my car for a vacuum. See, these are the things that we used to do, and we come so lazy and so, push the button and it happened now, that we have forgotten how to survive just on a basic level, right? Just on a basic level. I'm trying to learn how to grow strawberries and wild berry and blueberries and blackberries and bananas, and I'm trying to learn how to grow these things. So when I said this all to say, stop waiting for them to do things for you and take your minds back. Take your minds back. One can learn how to. I don't eat meat, and that's because my body rejects it. It's nothing that meat is bad. No, my body just doesn't want it. But I eat fish, right? So I want to learn how to, like grow fish, like raise fish for food, and that's how we used to do it. So I'm just saying this to say, get your minds back and get your strength back and take your power back and become a powerful person to yourself, not to the system, but to yourself, right? So, let's go back to those days where we survived on our own.
Mr. Hold on, let me just jump in. Hold on.
Okay.
This all sounds so good in theory. I live in New York. Even if I stay with my parents in California, they own a home in California. There's not enough space. And first of all, to grow fish, it is absolutely possible. Fish have to have the right oxygen to water content, be able to move around. There's certain criteria that have to be met for them to even spawn. And then another fish to actually come and fertilize it. So we cannot get romanticized up into that. Do you know how big a banana tree is? Do you know how much water it takes to grow bananas? We really have to start micro gardening and everything. Let's sit down and have a conversation, because we can micro garden. We can grow herbs and stuff on the wall. They're starting to do that in New York. A lot of people are doing growing herbs and stuff, but you fucking can't grow no corn on the wall, and you can't grow any potatoes on the wall. There are only certain things you can do in those wall gardens. But if we have people who can qualified, or you could do this, I could do that, we can't have chickens. We can't have a cow walking down the street. We can't have goat for goat milk. We can't have pigs. So if we're talking about all getting together and going to buy us some land, some actual land, acres of land, and start our own town, own little cities, I could see that happening. But people living in houses, people living in what do they call those things?
Yeah, but it could be different though, Lisa. It doesn't have to be bartered for food. It could be services, right? So
that too, you guys. But okay, go ahead. I'm writing these things down.
I'm just saying, say you're a barber, and whatever the case may be, someone is a mechanic, what it is, you know what I mean? Like you work you use your network for what you have.
I get that, patient. I'm not slow on the uptake. I know I can barter. I know I can barter for this. I'm not worried about getting my hair done if I'm at this point in time where I'm trying to grow my food. But I understand that. But what I'm saying to everybody, you guys got it. If you got a way to start doing this, go ahead, do the test kitchen. Do the test point. It's still laughing at me. I'm sorry.
What's about uptakes?
Shut up.
Lisa says she's not joining y'all nigga nation, and that's what it is.
Well, see, so what I'm talking about.
Listen, nigga nation works though.
Can I just finish this? Gemini is a perfect example of a taste kitchen, because Gemini has the land to be talking this shit. And I hope I'm not telling your business, Gemini. I hope to God. But somebody like him walking up to me saying some shit like this, I'm down 100%. I know, because I know that we can get some of this done. But if my motherfucking neighbor come over here one more time talking about you grow the tomatoes and I grow, it's like, bitch, where are we growing tomatoes? Tomatoes grow on a vine. She didn't even know tomatoes grew on a fucking vine. I guess she thought they grew on a little bush. I don't know. So they got to spread out, they have to have the right. I'll leave it at that because you guys think I'm a Debbie Downer, but
not on the Debbie. Get off the Debbie.
Oh yeah, a Karen.
Monica.
But just we gonna make our own cheese. We gonna make our own. It's like, bitch, where we gonna get this? Where we gonna be churning cheese?
Well, who the fuck you calling a bitch, ho? Who the fuck you calling a bitch?
The fuck wrong with you?
Are you serious right now?
Yeah.
Are you serious right now?
You just said, bitch, we gonna make our tea. I'm the one that made steak.
Guilty, child, because my neighbor asked me this dumb shit every morning, and I was like, bitch, where are we going? It's nowhere in the world be churning. You get what I'm saying. Where am I going? Are we going down to the garage to churn the milk and stuff? I'm 100% down with y'all, but y'all gotta give me a little bit more. You give me.
So here's the irony, right?
Churning butter looks like.
Here's the irony is that if you're eating like free range organic eggs, you're either rich as fuck or poor as fuck. Like that's just the reality. Either you're living out in like the boondocks and you got a whole bunch of chickens running wild and that's like the major source of your protein for free, or you're rich as fuck and you go to the super wealthy organic fucking grocery store in the middle of Manhattan to get your farm fresh free range eggs. Like that's the sad reality.
Lisa?
So I was gonna back up to Joel's question real quick. Like I know
Funny. That's in the garage churning cheese. I swear to God, y'all are gonna play this all night.
Not cheese. That's a
butter. I want to see
It was butter.
Wait, I just want to let y'all know Trump and Xi are holding hands together. Xi is looking out into the atmosphere, and he's like, God, why am I here?
Probably drunk.
Can anyone hear me?
Marshall's turned up like Trump smells.
Can anyone hear me?
No.
Can I go to?
I've been trying to talk for a minute.
Can I finally go into Marshall's question?
Are we just gonna pretend like you can't hear me?
So Marshall's question.
No, Royal.
You guys got
Came off the mic first, bro. All right, we're gonna go. We're gonna be disrespectful. Why am I getting muted? I started talking first.
Hey, y'all.
Who's that speaking? Who's that speaking?
This is bullshit.
So
You fucking hear me, dude. What are you doing?
Come on, we gotta do one mic. Come on, y'all respect the
Come on. Go ahead, Royal. Go ahead. I guess vagina's
What is
first
happening?
today.
Okay. Yes. So Marshall's question is an example of, while not stupid, is an example of what America is made of. So the problem is we only have that question because of the structure. It's some saying one of the things I wanted to say, but going to the question itself, amongst many other questions like this, these questions only arise because we have a certain mindset. We think, right, that people are bad because they receive public assistance. That's where the question stems from. No, Marshall.
Wait a minute, you
Marshall,
said
I don't think you
stems from
Marshall,
a place
hold
of
on.
bad attribution.
Marshall,
Place of bad attribution.
you don't.
Go ahead and give me your rebuttals.
Yeah, this is not a stunt against you. I just said this is American thinking. Because these type of questions, not when you ask, but many questions like this arise all the time because we've been taught to think like this. Okay, instead of the fact that this person needs food, and it does whatever it takes to get this person food. Let's get them food. Let's get them the assistance they need. Let's get them the utilities that they need. It doesn't matter how long it takes. Who cares about that? Let's just make sure this person is stabilized. That is how this social society should be thinking. But instead, right, we got this weird thing where it's like, okay, you got to put yourself up by your bootstraps. I'm going to make a hard-ass system for you to navigate, right? And if you don't navigate it right, then it's not only your fault, but you're a sucker.
you don't deserve shit. What's wrong with you? That is what this society is built on. So again, Marshall, this is not about you. It's about the type of question that is asked among Americans. And then I had to think about this like some time ago, and I realized questioning, this type of questioning is built into our society. It is terrible.
Royal, like, what the respect? No. What
the fuck are you talking about?
What am I talking about?
The claiming social assistance was bad. I simply asked the question with the predisposition as to whether it should be short-term or long-term. As to whether a family from, say, 1990 should still be using public assistance.
No.
That's okay. No. That's a very fair answer, right? Which is what I thought. Which is what makes me think we could probably do better to help folks get jobs. Now I'm sure that involves more than like state allocation of job funding. We call it Texas Job Force down here.
But the white men even saying they can't get a job. How do people that already poor gonna get a job to be able to pay? I'm just saying.
I'm not sure how they is a question about.
Marshall, think about this though, right? You're saying there's training in Texas, right? They have all those free trainings, right? But now with automation, those same fucking thing they train people for, they get laid off for anyway. What happens then?
I gotta make
I'm not sure. I don't think that a universal basic income is the way to do it. We have to rearrange our finances the way we currently spend in a massive fashion to afford for that. My point was more whether that should be permanent or impermanent. It's not a values question as to those who receive it. If you need the assistance, you need the assistance. I'm not here to say you don't. I'm not here to say you shouldn't have it. If you can't make ends meet at the end of the month, and SNAP is what's gonna help that alignment, then get SNAP. I'm here for you. In fact, if I can give money out of my salary to help you be stable, I would be happy to.
Marshall, you understand?
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I'm sorry about that, but you understand that, like, what we're talking about here is that the reason why we have generations of people who are stuck in poverty without any reasonable way to get out of it, right? While we see the wealthy, like just accelerating their wealth with their privilege and their access to the things that help them continue that wealth. Right? Like, you have other examples of wealthy nations where they don't have these conversations. Like the UAE and Dubai is not talking about like, oh, how much should we tax our wealthy people? How much should we charge them for access to education? How much should we, force them into bankruptcy for access to healthcare when they get cancer or break their legs? Like, wealthy nations don't have these conversations. And I'm not even like doing a Canada-US, and Canada's a piece of shit too. Like, wealthy nation with massive resources.
Your point is that wealthy nations should not face these job limits. I understand.
What I'm saying is wealthy nations with resources should have social safety nets and access to getting you out of poverty.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying is that the wealthy nations shouldn't tax their people. They should have enough resources to generate wealth, so they don't need to tax their people. They don't need to have conversations about whether their citizens should have access to education and healthcare.
Okay, breaking news, you guys. Breaking news. If you guys don't own a TV for whatever reason, you need to see what's going on between Trump and Xi. First Lady, you there? I am. This motherfucker. I'm sorry, you guys.
Is this on YouTube or anywhere else? I need to
for the cursing. I'm sure it's gotta be on YouTube. Listen, President Xi, he ain't the one. Donald Trump doing all his circus acts, all his one-liners, and he ain't cracked a smile. Do you hear me? He ain't even bothered looking at him in his face. Donald Trump is his match. He in there trying to do that dance he did yesterday, flop. He in there trying to crack jokes, Flop. He in there trying to pull his hand and like, make him look in his eye. President Xi looked over there, gave him the slight eye, turned right back. Flop. All that, the greatest president of the world. She's like, and this is classic. And all the people around Xi. And you should see your fools on the other side. They looking like, God damn, this ain't all I usual stick ain't working. They looking like they scared to fucking death. Y'all should see this. This is good.
I'm trying to figure out why the Americans have, help me understand why the Americans have the headphones on.
So they have the headphones on because
do they have a translator? Like,
you have a translator.
Okay, but then tell my Trump don't have. He's sitting there looking like as if he has an earpiece.
He has an earpiece.
Oh, okay.
You think he understands?
So you see G, just as G's kind of posture at all the times, he doesn't really, he looks straight ahead a lot of times. So.
No, no. So when they
had that, coming here with your bullshit
in July with India, he was smiling, making hands. Remember, they were talking about India and China being friends again. He was smiling.
You can see that when he met with North Korea and.
He is not taking none of Donald Trump's shit. He does not have to kiss his ass, and the atmosphere is 100% different than it was just yesterday.
And the poker faces ain't that great today either. Yeah, fired is not last negotiation. We thought that we had fucking reached an agreement. That motherfucker went back to China and was fired.
Yeah, I remember that, right? We came back to China and her ass was done.
You're dismissed.
Yes.
And what he said to the Chinese people, he said, we do not back.
Right. He said we were something. He said something about poison or something. Remember that quote he said? Something about I'd rather eat, I don't know what it was. I have to go pull it up. That they'd rather eat poison or some shit like that. Right. This man ain't playing to go. That's the way he always looked. That ain't the way he always looked. You go to the very beginning when they had to walk out and shake hands. He was like, he looked at President Trump like he smelled. His nose went up a little bit in the air. He's like,
You got a little extra now.
Don't ever do that. Let me tell you something, Omari, and really seriously, I'm not the one. I don't need to build attention. I don't need attention. As a matter of fact, I got too much attention on this app. I don't need that. I'm telling you what I see. If you don't like it, just say I don't like it. But other than that, I don't need to try to get anybody's attention. I'm telling you what's on. If you don't like the way my descriptive, the way I'm being, turn to CNN and watch it yourself. I'm just trying to provide a source. Y'all niggas did that last night when I was trying to tell you about your president, talk about he's running for a third term. I'm still not over that. I'm still a little salty about that, the way you were treating me and telling me I should be ashamed of myself of reporting something that came out his motherfucking mouth. So don't do that to me. I'm still tender and salty about yesterday.
Women modded rooms on this app are
now?
everywhere houses. We say that. Like the women modded houses on this app, like Lisa and Patty's, like that's why what Lisa just said, you will never hear in a male dominant modded house on this app. And I'll land with that. I know that's controversial, but I just gotta put that.
You'll never hear what? Wait, what are you? Huh?
I got a question, guys. Do you guys know?
No, hold on, Caesar, before you ask your question.
Yeah, no problem, brother. Let me know when it's cool to talk.
Thank you, sir. Jeremy, we'll never hear in male-dominant space, a male-modded space.
So what Lisa just said, what Lisa just said was saying, hey, like I don't need the attention. I don't come here to be the big mic. Like I come here and mod these rooms to have good conversations. Right, and I think there's a lot of men on this app and a lot of men on the right who come in and just want to dominate and want to talk over people and want a big mic, and those rooms get smaller and smaller, and the biggest rooms on this app that I come into tend to be rooms like Patty's and Lisa's and First Ladies that have women modding the conversation. That's all.
providing a service.
And I love these spaces, which is why I'm here. But let me ask you this: have you been in IGB? Do you think that's why their space is so small?
Yeah, but I think IGB too. Even with Luke, he has a lot of women that help run his spaces too.
But it's required a male. He said a male can run the space, which it just completely refutes everything he just said. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I think he was
I'll be quick. I didn't mean to be commercial. I was just saying that.
controversial. And a lot of men, he's talking about, they come in this room and Patty's room. They tend to want the big mic. They want to be heard. They want to be seen, and then they want to disrespect you at the same time. But you got me all the way, because you would be my employee in the real world, not the other way around. I would be your boss. And I would handle you totally different than the way. No, there's no the way where my stature, where I am. This man right here was my employee, so he's trying to treat me like it's the opposite. But I guarantee you that would not ever be the case. Big facts.
I think a lot of I think some of the guys come on here to make up for what maybe they don't have, like the power they don't carry in the real world. They try to impose their power, impose their will here. I think there's some of that. I think there's people also that come on here that legitimately like to have the conversation and are here for the conversation. I think this conversation are both, in my opinion.
Man, just be clear.
I think it's more. I think it's a lot of males that come on here with problems at home because they be trying to run us over like we fucking animal.
And when Lisa was explaining what she was seeing, his first thing was, oh, that's the way he always looks. And then when Patty started explaining, nah, that's not what happened when he was meeting with the Indian Prime Minister and all that, then it's, well, it's because they're in a trade war. So no matter what, Omar will find something to say to cape for this man. He will just make up shit and continue to say shit to cape for him.
Remember how they were talking about, they were whispering in each other's ear and shit? Remember that? The news was like, they was whispering in each other.
No, hold on, break that down. Who was whispering in who ear? Like what?
Indian Prime Minister, Putin, freaking Xi Jinping. They were fucking, and he was happy. He got to talk with India. They haven't seen each other in 10 years. They've been beefing. But he not fucking with Trump, for real. Trump is fucking disrespectful. He's a clown. The executive producer, what she played yesterday, motherfucker said he's not serious in real life. He's a fucking clown.
Big facts. Yeah, but Trump shit to me, Patty, wasn't so much about Hollywood, right? It was his racism, the people he fucking attracted. Because if Trump ran as a regular New Yorker, they would have said, like, don't vote for him, he's a city slicker type shit. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. He appeals to the redneck Midwestern trash. Somehow, even though he's a classist and doesn't really align his policy with anything that benefits them, he's appealed to them in a way that, like, fuck it, you gonna see that sign right outside. Yeah. Exactly.
say. He's bringing white, male pride back, whatever the fuck case may be.
Yeah.
Remember, white males are being discriminated against.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They're the ones who were getting fucked by minorities. Remember?
That was the whole purpose of removing DEI. That was the whole principle behind it.
Yep.
And they like
This
to
is
watch
against
them break
whites.
the
This is
rules.
not benefiting whites. This is hindering whites. The white man deserves this job, and they're giving unqualified African Americans. Can that nigga even fly a plane? Like that was the whole rhetoric.
And unfortunately, how many helicopter crashes have we had since then? Military related. A handful.
The hilarity is saying that, like, oh, we gotta reduce the number of DEI hires in airport, air traffic control, and yet the entire air traffic control system is working on a volunteer basis right now in America. Like, DEI is the least problem, the smallest problem that America's got facing them right now, and yet that's where America's at.
Jeremy, we got duct tape on the planes right now. Like, seriously, I'm being funny, but no, it's ridiculous right now.
Okay, guys, I want you to hear this back and forth, and especially for Omar. Did he leave?
I want to come out.
No, he's still here.
Okay.
I know Caesar wants to get my bad, Caesar. I know you want to get in there.
Go ahead, Caesar, before I do this. Don't worry.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Glad to be here. Now, I was just thinking about it. I love to listen to different opinions and whatnot. I think it's ridiculous how they people that actually need it. I've always made my own money, and I suffered an injury, and I had to jump on food stamps. I have kids. Did I feel bad about it? A little bit, because as a man and a father, you kind of feel you don't feel right about it. But I can definitely tell you, during that time, I helped a lot of people out, because there's a lot of people doing worse than me. I don't think they should take it away, but I would hopefully say they should incentivize, because I do know that after three months or 6 months, they interview you again and see if you're applying for jobs or whatnot. What they should do is this is my theory, incentivize them with getting jobs from these billionaires that we talk about that have a lot of jobs openings. They need to take some of those people in, train them, give them the proper training, and take those people in. They want tax cuts, no problem, but you got to bring all these people in. That's a win-win situation for everybody, because if they have so much complaint about, they're already making that much money, but at the same time, they're also creating a lot of people. But I really think if you mix both of those things together, it would work out better for everybody. Because I know that my food stamps every 3 months is getting lower and lower. I don't know what's gonna happen this month, but whatever it is, I'm gonna have to figure it out.
Hey, Caesar, first I appreciate you bringing up that submission. I'm glad. I hope everything's working out for you. And the only thing I'll add to it is it's a good percentage of people that are on like SNAP benefits and other benefits that are working, and that are actually working. So it's not like most people on SNAP are people that are just not working. And I think that is the narrative that's always pushed out there, is that people on these benefits are just kind of chilling at home or for other reasons, which isn't the case. There's many people that are working and that are on SNAP. And it's because, unfortunately, for many reasons in America, these jobs aren't enough. I have to work 3, 4. How can you work 3, 4, 5 jobs to take care of your family when you need to be home to take care of your family? That sometimes is a narrative that's too often pushed. And I think we can't be naive. We've always talked in this country for years that the middle class is dissipating, that you're either going to be poor or rich. You're either going to fall into one of those two classes. And the thing is, that's being accelerated under Trump. So I don't think the talk of how can we limit the time you're on SNAP can happen when we don't talk about how we're gonna, how we're going to reboost the middle class so that people don't have to be up. Because like I said, a lot of people are working and are on staff. So the job, they're already at the work. So, okay, so how are we going to provide more jobs where people can get off the staff benefits so they can actually get jobs that pay, you know, a living wage and a wage that is enough to take care of a family? You know, those are the questions. So, you know, so a lot of people, unfortunately, are working, has to stay on staff. You know, and I don't get too much long with it, but yeah.
I agree 100%.
And I've heard just the opposite. 2 days in a row, I've heard that college graduates, particularly in the tech field, are struggling to find jobs because of what we said 6 months ago, AI. These businesses, these corporations are using AI in place of filling positions. I've heard this 2 days in a row that college graduates are going to have a hard time finding work. So those are educated people. And I'm not talking against those who haven't gone to college. I'm just saying it's getting more difficult to find employment. So I'm not sure, Caesar, what companies you're talking about who are doing all this hiring, but that you'd like to share someone who is looking for work. And if you have information that you'd like to put in the chat or to say publicly, please do so, because what you're saying is not what I heard.
Wait a minute, you guys, seriously, hold that for just a second, because I can't keep this TV on hold for this length of time. It just start playing on its own. Let you guys listen to this clip so we can get it over with. It's Donald Trump and Chi. They're responding. They're giving you guys a breakdown of what happened. I won't play the whole thing, but I just can't keep it paused like this because I'll lose it. So we can get back to the conversation. Put a pin in what you're getting ready to say. I think it was Haitian and another two people that came off your mic. Just put a pin in it for a second. Oh no, don't tell me I've lost it already. Come on. Dang it.
Go to YouTube, sis.
Wait, hold on, I got it. Whew, child.
YouTube doesn't lie.
All right, as the press is being
You better not. You
turned out of the room, we just heard from President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping. The first time we've heard from Xi Jinping on this, and he called Trump he said he had a very warm feeling toward Trump. They are partners and friends. He wants the United States and China to be, and that's despite all of the back and forth. What did you make of that? And also, as you heard there, President Trump ignoring a question about a Truth Social post that he just put up just moments ago, saying that we're going to start testing nuclear weapons again.
I don't make too much out of it. It was just a change to the niceties and polite nothings. But I mean, it is kind of interesting to see the dynamic here is very different, obviously, than, for example, in the White House, where he had President Zelensky a few weeks ago, and he basically conducted this massive press conference ahead of their meetings and expounding on all sorts of issues, including U.S.-Ukraine relations. This is a much more tense meeting, much more consequential meeting, I think, from Trump's standpoint. And you see it as a meeting of equals because Xi Jinping is one of the few people that Trump cannot really bully. He feels like he cannot necessarily dictate what Xi does. And so I think both men are probably going in to some extent on their best behavior, but it's Trump. I don't think it's going to work on anything. I don't think it's going to work on anything.
Diplomacy is what it is. He was right. I mean, Trump said he called him very distinguished and respected. He called him a friend for people.
You're not going to wonder if it works on Trump. I don't think it's going to work on Xi Jinping.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the point of the question.
We've now gotten used to world leaders who have learned the lesson that the way to Trump's heart is through flight. And it doesn't seem like here he's going to get a crown or a jet or
I did note that he brought up Trump's contribution to the resolution of the dispute between Cambodia and Thailand about their border, and he said, but also we were involved. So, I mean, look, we don't want to read too many tea leaves here, but clearly Xi Jinping is not reciprocating in the overt, flattery here. He did the same thing that everybody else did. He didn't say you deserve the Nobel Peace Prize, but he brought up Gaza. He's also flattering Trump. I have to push back on this idea that we got nothing out of the trade war. We've got $200 billion. Some of that paid for SNAP benefits all through October. So that money is actually going directly into the pockets of vulnerable Americans. Like, to just say we got nothing out of it.
Also got says Americans are paying the cost of tariffs.
Actually, yes.
Inflation rate is up to 3%.
Actually, yes. Let me play with the federally today. Listen.
Higher tariffs are pushing up prices in some categories of goods, resulting in higher overall inflation. A reasonable base case is that the effect of inflation will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in price level. But it is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed.
Tariffs are contributing to inflation, and Trump redistributing wealth in this country from people who are paying for goods, which if you're paying for goods coming from China, they're usually lower priced goods. So you're talking about people who are working class or lower on the economic spectrum, to other parts of the economy. It's just redistribution. That is all that it is. The vast majority of the tariffs have been paid by American corporations and foreign importers. Yeah, but the vast majority. I'm going to acknowledge that consumer prices are up by less than 1%. You have $200 billion. That's more than 1%. Some of them have been paid by those corporations, but some are being borne by Americans. And even more so, the cost of tariffs, by some estimates, over $1 trillion to American companies, is rippling down on those companies. When you apply that to companies and they are making less money, guess what they're going to do? They're going to raise prices or lay off workers. Keep hearing that when it keeps not happening. I think, Abby, what actually happened was during the pandemic, corporations raised prices by 15%. Sure, but the Fed today lowered their interest rates, saying that the unemployment picture was weakening.
So it was the pandemic that was bringing
less. There's clearly an impact. And if there weren't an impact, then Trump wouldn't be over there. Well, I wouldn't be over there trying to stop this trade war, because where he knows cannot continue like this forever.
I mean, he's over there stopping it is acting like this wasn't something that he, we started the tariffs. I mean, that's what he ran on, to bring back manufacturing, to put American workers first. Now, I don't think anyone at this table or anyone else could say, oh, I know exactly how to do that without any tariff or cost rising or anything like that. It's a long process. Looking at that table of everyone who's sitting there, I can't think of anyone who would rather be sitting there than Trump, Secretary Rubio, Secretary Bessent. I mean, that's a really smart table, and that is why the soybean farmers, who, yes, they have been going through a tough time now, will run through a brick wall for the president because they see him, they're fighting for him. Because I think he just telling us cook and look.
That's the reason why they're not.
They are going out of business. What do you mean they're going out of business? Wall? What do you mean they're going to run through a brick wall? They are literally saying that we are not going to be able to sustain getting zero.
And when he comes out of the meeting this morning, with the deal fixed, with a better deal.
This thing, I'm going to put out the fire that I started.
This is very elementary to think that you can just walk into a Chinese conference room and say we need to increase our production. You need to stop taxing and doing this. We have to go through a process.
It's elementary to just do blanket tariffs on every country, which he did at the beginning. He did. Let me finish.
Why is he there then?
He does not have a trade deal.
Do you think he just got a trade deal with Japan and South Korea?
I'm saying, why is he in?
He doesn't have a trade deal.
You said it was elementary for us to think he would walk into a Chinese conference room and just say, let's have. What I'm saying is elementary on day one to put blanket tariffs out without a plan.
How do you know that? How do you know?
And Americans are free.
Everybody, hang on a second. What's your thought about what you were saying about the frameworks that they announced this week.
Okay, I have to stop it because this is good. I'll watch the rest of this later on myself, but this is Clubhouse on on CNN.
Yeah, I love it. I love Abby Phillips.
Me too. I mean, this is the stuff right there. So I didn't want to bore you guys. I'll go back and watch the whole thing myself. But the people she got at the table, of course, she got 2 MAGAs, and the rest are on the left. And honey child, they taking her to task, because why is Trump there if everything was working out? He there with his hat in his hand, and like they said, Xi Jinping won. He said, his mindset is, I'm just as powerful as you are. I ain't giving you no gift, no plane, no crown, no flowers, no marching bands, nothing.
No chicken wing and French fries.
Y'all remember when they didn't make that deal, they were talking about how the CCP was going to suffer, and what he said was like China first. Came with that China first policy where Chinese will buy from themselves first. Right? That's right. And he was not playing. Like, y'all keep playing with them fucking Asians. That motherfucker said this country will suffer. They won't get no food. And it will fucking work.
Billion citizens. So fuck.
And they about to sell some fucking electric vehicles to fucking Canada. Y'all keep fucking playing.
The Hyundai plant, did they ever come back?
Nope. And actually, the South Korean president commented on that recently.
I'm gonna go back in electric in Canada.
Somebody picked Trent in his. Somebody picked Trent because of the layoffs in automotive.
Huh?
The layoffs over there in automotive today. But Amazon right now, 16,000 employees laid off, and they're expecting possibly to 30,000.
Yeah, we was talking about that yet.
Did y'all talk about Trump?
UPS too.
A lot of companies.
So Trump directs the Pentagon to immediately start testing new nuclear weapons and put that on his Truth Social.
On his Truth Social, yeah.
Mm-hmm. The irony with the South Korean workers. Here's the irony with the South Korean workers, and the South Korean president recently commented on this, right? Is that those South Korean workers, hundreds of them, were arrested, handcuffed, sent to ICE facilities, and then deported along with their families. They were some of the only people in the world with the specialties they had, and they were there under a special program to help bring American manufacturing back to America, to build a Samsung manufacturing plant in America that did things that only these people knew how to do, and they were there literally to do those specialized things. And what the South Korean president said is that, hey, the reality is that after these highly, wealthy, intelligent, educated people were handcuffed and sent to ICE facilities, most of them, even if we get guarantees from the U.S. that their safety and they'll be able to go back and teach Americans how to build these plants, most of them will not go back because they have PTSD and their families have suffered trauma.
So we fucked it up on this administration because I think they came on tourist visas because there was issues with their visas, and they were supposed to get it fixed because of the batteries, and they were supposed to be here teaching Americans. Americans, and they're supposed to go back to their country. We never fixed their visa issue, and that's how they ended up here illegally.
Crazy.
And the result is that manufacturing plant will be delayed and maybe never created, right? And Haitian, I'll respond to your point, is that, Amazon launched 3 different AI-powered robotic tools for their delivery and warehouses that will result in 30,000 less jobs. And I think what people don't realize is that when we look at the cost of humanoid robots coming out of China and AI, we're literally 1 or 2 years away from what happened in 2003 when petrol came out and the whale industry collapsed, which was the biggest financial industry in the world. And when horse maintenance was the biggest industry in the world, and then Ford came out with the car, and we are on the verge of that. And I don't say that in a negative way. I think we're going to make it, but I don't think people realize what's going to happen to the global economy when anyone with internet access can become a doctor, right? I own a tech company. pay developers in Pakistan $1,500 a month, and they're better than any developer in America, and they don't have access to Harvard or anything. They just learn shit on the internet, and they're brilliant. And that's what people don't realize, is that things are changing. It's not, things are really going to change over the next couple of years.
Jeremy, can I tell you too far with the internet doctor, but what I can say to you guys, I think that's a bridge too far. But I'll let you go, baby cakes. But one thing I just heard, and I'm really quiet.
I'm sorry, it's very good. It's very short. Like in very certain states.
Okay, so what I was just gonna say real quickly, you guys, before I forget it. Did you guys hear about Elon Musk and his robot army? Nobody?
That's what I'm talking about.
Army? What? Okay. Wow. What is?
He's thinking about making 1 million robots for a robot army that he's gonna be in charge of. Y'all ain't heard? Oh, child,
it's
let's
$1
see if I
billion.
can find that.
He's trying to deploy 1 billion robots.
Was it 1 billion?
Also,
$1 billion.
I'm sure it's 1 billion. If you ask him, undisclosed, it's 1 billion. But he's talking about.
Let me go find it. I heard it this morning when I was waking up.
They're trying to get the same footprint as the initial global footprint sales for mobile phones, which was 4 billion by 2012. So they're trying to get before 2033, 1 to 2 billion robots.
There's still jobs that's going to be available. You're just going to have to switch it up. Like for us in the military, they talking about you tracking, like if you're a senior leader, they're trying to add to our courses some kind of fucking course from Vanderbilt that has to do with chat GPT. They're trying to add prompt engineering for us. I know I'm supposed to take prompt engineering. I had to put my name in. I take prompt engineering next year, and then I've already did my PMCs. And then we got to do Microsoft Power BI. So it's crazy because they're saying, hey, you got to keep up with AI. And if you're a business major or you're in logistics, most of us that are in logistics and you're a senior, you got your MBA. If you got your MBA, your ass is fucking went to these damn that Vanderbilt class, and then that Microsoft BI certification class. They're not playing.
You know what's fucked up, Patty?
Who would want a person working on them that just got a license? I'm dead serious. Who would want somebody working on them that got their license on the internet? When on that paperwork, when they asked me what I want students in no, I told them, I said, this is Medical City. I don't want no students. They gave me doctors. That dude said I didn't get my license on the internet. He was like, this is Medical City. We don't, so I wouldn't advise just get a license on the internet and call yourself a doctor. No.
Yeah, if you want to take that prompt engineering course, you can do it on Coursera.
I'm making us do it as part of our, you know how we have to take 2 classes a year?
Yeah.
That's one of the classes, and they were full this year, and I had to put my name on the waiting list for the seats that were available on ATARS, and mine is next year. So it's like, it's a forced, something that has to be on SRB now.
What was that, Patty?
Huh?
It's the same things that the skilled experts, the human experts, like truck drivers, like you Patty, as an expert in the military. Those are the skilled jobs that AI needs in order to oversee their nonsense. So you being forced to learn AI is saying, hey, we need experts like you to oversee this dumbass technology so that it can take your job. And the sad thing is that when it comes to software developers, same thing. If you're a skilled software developer, you're overseeing AI code, you're not writing it anymore. But the shitty thing is that what does that mean for the unskilled trucker, the unskilled military, the unskilled?
It's kind of weird because that's what enlisted has been fighting for the longest, because we get special classes. Like we go to PM, we go to product, what is it? We get our product management certifications. We have fucking SAR majors that sit right next to us that may have 2 masters as well. They may have a master. They try to get into those leadership classes with us. So we have counterparts that have just as many degrees or classes, and they've been fighting for all of these classes that we're actually currently getting. You know, they're also
having conversations with Google so that Google can do the Google Essential classes for military. It's crazy. And guess what the classes are going to be for? Me, because I'm a fucking officer. It's not going to be military.
And if you thought Google isn't part of the military-industrial complex, or Palantir, or like exactly, Patty. Like AI is not like this thing that's separate from the military-industrial complex. Like
even Walmart just put a lot of money into training their employees.
Yeah,
billions of dollars with that initiative to train their employees.
And Walmart even has a program with our government. That shit's crazy.
Oh yeah.
They have a whole program with our government, and guess what? There's certain classes you can go there for training with the industry and be on. Like if I wanted to, and I applied for TWI. Well, at this rank, I wouldn't be able to do Walmart, but at a certain rank, if I wanted to do some type of TWI with the industry, and I picked Amazon, Walmart, whatever they have available, or even offer Amazon, they would let me do that shit. They don't do that for
right? Like Amazon became one of the biggest companies in the world because of their innovations with efficiency within their warehouses. Tesla brought profitable automotive back to America when it was because of innovations and cost cutting, use of robotics. And so when we went with robotic arms for their delivery trucks and AI glasses that help their drivers be more efficient, and they're also cutting 30,000 jobs, right? And so my question is this: is that I think successful countries are going to leverage their tech to rely less on human skills, but the profits that they generate from doing that should go into social safety nets that allow the citizens of those wealthy nations to educate themselves and to elevate themselves and to be leaders in the future world when it comes to the economy. Like, is that nonsense? Like that seems so rational to me.
Right? Yeah, it's rational, but greed is what leads to this fucking world, bro.
Yeah, the next target that's for a lot of job displacement is going to be the gig workers, especially with Uber. Uber just did a deal, right? With Luxor. Yeah, with Luxor. Who was the other one? Lucid makes the cars, right? They make the car platform, and Nuro makes the
NVIDIA, for AI car.
Yeah, Lucid makes the car platform. That's actual car that Uber is now invested in, and then the Nuro is the AI autonomous driving software that they're using, right? And they're planning on deploying 20,000 cars within the next 6 years. But what I heard in the grapevine is that they're actually planning on deploying 200,000. So we'll see.
And that's why you need to look at other things to enhance what you already have. Like, remember I told y'all in the beginning, I used to complain about my daughter doing journalism, and she's actually used the school that she had. She's gonna be in engineering, but she's still gonna be able to be in that journalism capacity, right? So right now she just changed her major, or last year she changed her major. But she's still working, because we've talked about ChatGPT, all these other things. Like, she's actually going to be one of, what she's going to school for is engineering now. And her school happened to be the first school in the United States to actually have AI, quote unquote, AI type engineering program.
I love that.
Honorable Patty is AI stuff. I mean, like I said, I come from the country, you know what I'm saying? You lucky to have dang on dial-up. There's some people back in the day who still using dial-up. That's how behind some parts of Texas still is. So AI, though, I guess, too, is being integrated even into the medical stuff, because when I was at Medical City today, a lot of that stuff was on tablets and stuff. It wasn't like the county hospital at the time where they just gave you a bunch of papers and fill it out. It was boom, bang, bang. So computers and stuff, it really does make your life easy. And I will tell y'all, though, on the side note, Medical City got good food. So if you do have to have surgeries, do not go to county hospitals. Their food is abhorrent. It's trash. I was like, no. So I do not do county.
That's not AI, though, Ashton. That's automation.
Right.
But Ashton does make a great point. Like,
I don't know what's real.
You don't know, I'm
No, but actually,
that's what that is. So they streamline things quicker, faster. That's more automation.
Oh, okay, automation.
But Nation, I think Ashton brings up a really important point, right? For the first time ever, Moore's law, and Moore's law is this law that predicts the increase in computing power of silicon chips. The merger of technology with healthcare, for the first time ever, we're going to see healthcare outcomes map to this hockey stick Moore's law metric, right? And that's so exciting, right? And Patty, to respond to what you said as well, like I got a 19-year-old and a 16-year-old daughter, right? And they're in school and they're like super focused on making decisions about their education based on the future. And where I think there's similarities is that I have no idea what their career is going to look like in 10 years, because everything's going to change. And I'm old enough to have been born in a day when the internet wasn't a thing. And I could never have predicted when I was in grade 10 that, my education or my career was going to be in tech or code or stuff like that. And so it is so scary as a parent to have kids going into this, our future, when things are going to change so much in the next 2 or 3 or 5 years. But I'm not a pessimist. I'm an optimist. I think it's going to be amazing for them.
I don't know if it's going to adjust, y'all. My parents adjusted to what I had to learn. So the jobs that we have now, or the jobs that we do now, are not the same way my parents did it, right? So my mom was actually originally a business major, and everything she did on ledgers. She didn't use QuickBooks. She ended up using QuickBooks maybe in the 90s or early 2000s, but she had to adjust. I think we all going to adjust. So there's going to be jobs. You just got to adjust. If you don't want to adjust, then yeah, you're going to be on the back burner.
My dad was an accountant. I'll land with this. My dad was an accountant, and I literally remember my dad telling me about spreadsheets and having to erase stuff on spreadsheets. Yeah, 100%.
No, I was just saying there's already so many things that are already robotic. It's just that they're changing form at this point. Because even in China, they've already started like life form type robotics. And now here it's still, we've got surgeries being performed by robotic equipment, as well as the autonomous vehicles by 2030.
But your robots in surgery are not by themselves.
Right, no, but it's still a phase of robotics.
They're being guided by a surgeon.
Right, but that's what I think what she's saying, Lisa, is like the additional certifications that the surgeons have to get to have that robot. And I think all the jobs are being available. We just have to, that's why I said one thing I appreciate about my prediction is the U.S. government is not playing. Like, they're like, this is the future, and these are the classes you have to take if you want to.
You better get on board, y'all. Because while you guys were talking, there's so in Texas, in Aurora, Texas, there is the autopilot for the driverless 18-wheelers. They're up and down the highway. They got other truck drivers trying to follow them around, and they look like they're doing just fine to me. They're the same people who developed the one person who has something to do with the Tesla autonomous driver, and then the one who did Waymo, and one third person. Somebody's mic is open. They now have trucks that are in Aurora, Texas, that are going up and down the highway with no driver and are 18-wheelers.
California was first.
Right now.
California was first. I remember them talking about California.
I remember California, Interstate 5. I haven't seen any on. Well, I don't be looking in. They're too freaking big. But yeah, Interstate 5 was supposed to be the test. I don't know what happened to that, but yeah, they're talking about all these jobs that are going to be replaced. The truck drivers are over there crying because they're like, this is the last stand. But you're right. You got to find a way to fit in, because this is not going away.
And at least I think that's the point, and that's why I think Patty truck drivers today are going to be okay, because they have the expertise to oversee the AI as it learns to take over their jobs, right? And I think, and Ramona, to respond to your point, I think the scary. Well, because the truck driver is the expert, and the AI needs to learn and be like trained on. So like the truck driver today is going to be valued because instead of driving trucks, he's going to oversee 30 or 60 AI trucks that call him whenever they get a problem they can't solve. And so he's sitting in the simulator.
Back to be educated. I don't know. Most of these truck drivers they just, this is not a job you can just walk entry level.
Yeah, but that's where the companies have to provide the certifications, because a lot of these are not gonna require you to have like a whole bachelor's, master's.
No, I don't think
it's gonna be a bunch of certifications.
But I guess
when it comes to AI certification, I think it's good.
I'm sorry, my ADHD's out of control. Go ahead, Ace.
Sure, it's still going to reduce the amount of truck driving jobs out there.
Huh?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
what I'm saying is, you're not going to need the same amount of truck drivers. That's why you have the autonomous vehicles.
Right, the first model for a level 5 autonomous vehicle was a diesel truck.
It's not safe. Yeah, it's not safe.
Yeah,
so let's say AI truck driving.
But Jeremy, to what you just said, that means only you said you gave an example, one truck driver to oversee 30 AI trucks. Okay, right. So that means
30 truck drivers.
That means the other 29 truck drivers are what?
Oh, scared?
Become mechanics on the vehicles. I don't know.
Like, well, so that's kind of that's what I'm saying.
That's gonna go robotic too.
It's robotic. You got robots serving fucking food in restaurants.
Yeah, I went to a restaurant. There's this restaurant in not only in Hawaii. Hawaii, they got some restaurants that have nothing but fucking robots all over the place.
McDonald's.
Yeah, they got restaurants in Atlanta. I went to this restaurant in Atlanta. This motherfucking robot comes up there with my food. The robot, you fucking insert your shit. The robot takes your payment. And the only thing they have like 4 or 5 waitresses just standing there watching the robots fucking move around in case the robot fucks up.
Would y'all eat at a soul food restaurant done by robots?
No.
Ain't gonna be no soul in there.
That was a sushi bar.
No, thank you. I'm good.
Well, I can say
let's say AI truck driving could do 90% of the truck driving. With the 10% that's too tricky, they need to go to a truck driving expert, right? So what I'm saying is that the people who are experts in truck driving today could take a job where they just plop themselves in a truck simulator and they, whenever the AI needs them to solve a problem they can't solve in the truck driving, like that last mile, that 1%, it just says, hey, solve this. And so it enables those truck driving experts and Patty as a military expert or any expert today to fill that role, not doing the job, but overseeing AI and correcting AI when it can't do the job. But the problem with that is
those truck drivers to do that. What are you going to do with the excess?
Exactly, Lisa, and that's the point. Is that maybe you can employ the experts, but all the new people, like, what are they going to do? And that's the problem.
But they said that in the 90s, right? Even when my mom and dad was coming up, my parents graduated from college in the 80s and had to start working in the late 80s and the 90s. Like even in the 90s, they said that there was going to be no jobs. It was going to be UBI in the 2000s, and there wasn't. What happened was we shifted over. Like we're going to shift over. There's going to be jobs. You just got to find and feel what's going to be good for you. Like the way we do finances is nothing like the way my parents grew up doing finances, or your parents doing financing. Like it's totally different. Everything was for us. We plug in a couple numbers. I use Excel like it ain't shit. I'll do a VLOOKUP table. Don't even know how to fucking calculate that shit without fucking Excel. But back then, my mom had to put all those data sheets together. Like personally, me, I wouldn't be able to do that shit. I seen my mom on her dining room table with a whole bunch of sheets and fucking like try to check Excel when I just be like, just use fucking Excel, do the VLOOKUP. But I can't do that. I can't do that.
But instead of going to truck driving school, at this point, my recommendation, I don't know how long it's going to take for this, but it's already here. Instead of going to truck driving school to be a truck driver and get whatever that CDL license, I was trying to figure out, okay, so where is the gap? What do I need to figure out? I like being around 18-wheelers. I like the whole, it should I go and specialize in another form, not farm, of the truck driving industry? Should I be that person you guys are talking about that's sitting behind the monitor and being able to get the truck to do a backup with or whatever into some type of dock that they can't do? I don't know, but I wouldn't definitely be going to learn how to be a driver at this point, because I see that job is going to be like non-existent.
That'd just be no different than being a navigator of an unmanned aircraft.
Real quick, so California, I'm assuming, has a lot of Teslas and fucking EVs, right?
Yeah.
So are there any like roadside assistance for them where if they break down because of
Yeah, like maintenance techs and or fucking you talking about like tech support for the fleets?
Yeah, like if you're on the side of the road because you powered out or whatever.
Yeah, so I've had a Tesla for like 5 years, right, or 5 or 6 years now. I used to before the Trump administration, when I boycotted America, I used to drive to Florida every year to winter in Florida, and I did it with my Tesla, right? And so the support, the service, the access to it is spectacular compared to any other car company in the world.
Yeah, he's not lying. You know, I got locked out my car.
My car drove me 80% of the way to Florida from Montreal every time I drove down there. But the car drove.
I'm not so much talking about a Tesla. I'm saying EV in general, like maintenance, roadside assistance for like EV vehicles.
I think he was using Tesla as the example
of what they currently do. That thing breaks down because I called AAA. I paid for the best that they got.
AAA ain't on it yet. Bro, AAA is still doing 1990s, 2000 shit.
Yeah, 100%.
We're talking about what tech support does for EVs.
I was broke down and they got me in the middle of nowhere, so they
got you. Yeah, but you drive an electric vehicle. They're talking about that.
So with the electric vehicle, they have a whole satellite that can identify where you're at. They can alert the police just in case something happens. Like OnStar was the first big thing when it comes to that shit. And then going from OnStar to what the tech support looks like for Tesla is fucking crazy. OnStar just gave you a phone. It had a satellite that could fucking maybe pinpoint where you are in so much mile radius. But I can tell you I was in fucking Best Buy. And then motherfuckers found me right at the exact place I was at in Best Buy.
So go Google how many Teslas are stolen. You know, the idea of stealing a car when it comes to Teslas is silly.
Yeah,
it's insane, the numbers.
All them fucking picture cameras they got, that should be a
My EBT is unlimited.
What about if you put a body in the trunk of the Tesla?
My EBT is unlimited.
You know what I'm talking about, Patty?
I have unlimited EBT. Who needs food stamps?
Dude, what's going on here? What is that?
Well, I want to make jokes.
But Patty, I think the issue, the difference, and this goes back to the AI and robotic conversation, is that the automotive industry, right, used to be Ford. Like Ford, it transformed the economy to a point where, in New York City, every single house was built, a couple feet off the ground because of horse shit, right? Like the horse maintenance industry was one of the biggest industries until Ford. Right, like whale hunting was the biggest industry until petrol oil, right? And that's, I think, what we're talking about here, is that when we talk about, the old car industry, it was about manufacturing cars. And today, a car is a software. It's literally a smartphone. It's software and hardware. And the reason why you can't, Haitian, to your point, compare all of the EV industry to Tesla is because Tesla and BVD, or whatever the BVI, the Chinese BYD, thank you. Yeah, BYD is now the most profitable electric car company in the world, is because it's not about manufacturing cars, it's about hardware and software. And I don't have the faith in Ford to transform themselves into a software company any more than I have faith in Kodak to transform themselves into an iPhone that takes great pictures.
Yeah, but I'm just kind of trying to figure out if they have an industry for that, like a AAA, but for EVs, not.
They do. But it'll be exclusive to that company. Like Tesla has theirs exclusive
so not like
to
a AAA
Tesla.
then.
Okay. So they do have their own, tech support, whether it's like OnStar.
So, like, when I was a kid, all my friends were like, oh, your daddy's car is cool. Because that little Hummer, you can fucking press the button, you can call, they had satellites. But OnStar was OnStar. That shit still had you within a 50-mile radius.
Hey, so just to bring this,
Talk about. Go
go
ahead.
ahead, Lisa. What you say, Lisa?
No, I was just saying that, like Jeep still, I think it still has OnStar.
I know you ain't talk over that, King. Lisa. Go ahead.
Oh, damn. Trying to get me in trouble.
Yeah, go ahead, JD.
I'm dead. Hey, so I just wanted to. Look, I just wanted to. All right, y'all. So, you know, I'm with the shits. So, when we talk about all this tech, and I know you guys are adamant that there'll still be jobs, which, you know, of course, I think there will be. But when you listen to a lot of these tech giants, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, and all, they're more adamant of most of these jobs replacing jobs, period. And there is the conversation, universal basic income. And I know that sounds like going down a rabbit hole, but these people that are leading this stuff, this is their mentality. This is their idea. And these are the people that are at the forefront of this. So what maybe not gonna happen in our lifetime where it's total like that, but I think that's where they're going with this, right? Do you just think humans are just always going to work?
At the pace that things are going, we might see it in our lifetime. I agree with you.
I don't think we'll see it in our lifetime. I agree with him, but I do think UBI is going to be a thing for my daughter's kid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then I'm a young mom too, so we're being fast. But
I think we'll definitely see it in our lifetime. I'm sorry, Patty. Go ahead.
In our lifetime. My mom
100%.
thought UBI was going to be a thing during her lifetime too, and it hasn't happened yet.
And Patty, you know, I'm old enough to know that I also grew up with the Jetsons, thinking we'd be all flying in flying cars.
You know, my mom talks about the Jetsons. You know what my mom said? She remembers. My mom said, I remember when I came to America, I used to watch Jetsons, and the Samsung refrigerator is the Jetson refrigerator. Yeah, like
so true.
You can fucking order your food. Like my fucking refrigerator, I can say on there like what the fuck I'm missing, and I can have my Instacart order just like that. You know.
You know that the state of Utah is releasing air cabs by 2030, right?
And here's the thing, and if we zoom up for just a sec, like, and this goes to like manual labor, and if you had a parent who worked their ass off to raise you to be a good ass human, right? And think about the percentage of their life they did something that was just a manual job. And I'm not saying that I'm not shitting on them for doing, you know, a manual job, being a cashier, a fry cook, or, you know, whatever they did excellently. I'm not shitting on them. But I'm saying, like, when you think about the tiny fraction of time that we have on this planet, and the percentage of time that we put into, you know, that not being with our kids, not educating ourselves, not becoming better or developing science, that we spend frying fish or working as a cashier, you know, and again, like farming, picking fruit, that could be done with technology and humanoid robots. The reason, Patty and guys, I disagree, and I think that we're actually years away from this, is because when you combine what's happening in robotics, humanoid robotics, AI, and energy conservation, like conversion, the three of those things over the next 5 or 10 years is going to be so disruptive and in a positive way that I think that, like, the need to spend 30% of your life on this planet working for someone in a shitty job is not going to be a thing anymore.
Jerry, and I'm with you, and I think I'm with that. You know, that's unfortunately, it's a touchy conversation to have when it really shouldn't be. But, you know, when you talk to some people, like, nah, your ass just doesn't want to work, you want to be lazy, like that very older mentality, you know, it doesn't, like, even, I'm telling you, even in my business, I see a lot of the young people are changing. See, when I was coming up,
We wanted to work as many hours as we could, whatever overtime we could get, whatever. We wanted to make as much money as we could. These kids nowadays, they don't give a shit about that. Like, they're not, believe it or not, they're not as materialistic as we think. They'll want to work as less hours as they can get away with, and, you know, I think live their life a little more. And I think that, but we identify that as the youth they're lazy. That's how we kind of identify how they're lazy, they don't want to work. And that's how I see people say, but you know what? I'm like, no, these young people are actually smarter. We were the brainwashed ones. And then my parents, y'all were the brainwashed ones, thinking that we have to work all damn day, every damn day, and that's life. And that's what it takes to be an adult. No, I think that's bullshit. I'm for if they replace jobs, and to your point, give people an opportunity to actually fucking win. Because, you know, working our asses 40 hours a week or whatever you work, it is a bunch of bullshit. That's not what life should be. So if the intentions are to get away from that, and now you know there's going to be some people with nefarious intentions, unfortunately, right? When you have leaders like Trump in office, what are their damn intentions? You know, it'll turn left, unfortunately, with some people. But yeah, I think it should. I think robots and all that shit should take over. People should work less and enjoy life more. You know, will it get to that? Like I said, I don't necessarily see that in our lifetime. Even though I know shit is excelling fast, I don't know. I hope I'm wrong.
But that's the whole point of AI, is to do the same thing in less time. So you might see it in your lifetime, because that's the goal, to get more done in less time.
I agree, Deborah, and this is going to be triggering, JD, is that I don't know if folks know that Unitree, which is the multi-billion-dollar Chinese humanoid robotic company, their most popular selling humanoid robotic, I think costs about $14,000, and they just announced the H1, which is retailing for about $6,500 USD, and by the time you put Trump tariffs on it, it'll be about 12 or 13,000. But they have predicted selling millions of those next year, right? And so, and this will be triggering. But when you look at what slavery did for America and America's economy, to accelerate it, to accelerate it during over free labor. When you look at humanoid robotics, this is like moral slavery. And on an economic scale, when you look at the jobs that these robots will replace for $16,000, I mean, Unitree or another Chinese company just released a smartphone cost $1,600 little midget humanoid robot that will sell, like a little tiny little humanoid midget robot that's going to sell for the cost of a smartphone.
They can cook food and scoot it up to the stove. That way somebody else don't have to cook, and I don't have to call people. That'll replace a person in here. That'll work, man. If you find that, I'm good to go, man. I'm dead serious. You find me a robot that cooks food 8 meals a day, 7 days a week, like a human, help me out.
But you know, the reason I say
what I'm saying is, why are you going to pay someone $20 an hour when you can buy someone a robot that can do the same thing, for 3 months?
But Jeremy, where does that person now go to work? Because universal basic income and all that, it's not a thing right now. And that's why I keep bringing it up in our lifetime. So we're not there yet. So right now, when AI and robots and all that are taking jobs, they're doing just that. They're just taking your jobs. And maybe you can move to another sector. There's always probably another sector you can move to. But shit, crumble that with the fact that we're losing jobs in America. So, I mean, so maybe more jobs will be created because of this. But that's why I said I'm not necessarily sold that in our lifetime, everyone will just stop working and universal basic income or whatever. Because, that would have to be something in the works right now. Because, I mean, that's still that's complicated. Hey.
But why would anybody, okay, so nobody's working, or just a select few?
Well, just the robot and the company owners.
So why are you bothering being alive? What's your purpose? And why are you bothering having children?
Well, you can socialize, Lisa. You
pessimist. How dare you?
I'm not like right now.
Man, I don't understand the purpose of us just
on Clubhouse. Lisa, yeah, well, maybe, but you know what? I'll tell you something. You go ahead.
Oh no, I'm done.
No, I think I was just saying, like, you know, you'll find new purpose. Like, you know, shit, maybe you'll, I don't know, build it, I don't know. You'll travel more. You'll find some other shit to get into. I don't know what that's gonna look like. Because, you know, it's even like when seniors retire, they always want to find something to do, right? Because
even when they put up the UBI models, they have like a work incentive program or something. There's a whole bunch of different UBI models. Like, say for example, they say the average income in the United States is $59,000, and that would be the UBI model for everyone, right? If you're the one that has to work, that's a work incentive. You still gonna get paid what you need to get paid, but you also get the $59,000. So. Right. It's worth it. To me, I think it's worth it. Go ahead, do the fucking UBI, because I'm going to work.
No, but I mean, I took Lisa's point was it would give you 100%.
They would have to stop you from, stop encouraging you from having children, because there's no need to have these people walking around with 4 or 5 kids.
But that's life, Lisa.
But people aren't having kids like that anymore.
No, but Lisa,
exactly, population collapse, Patty.
Lisa,
and JD, what you literally said was like, hey, what are we gonna do about these white jobs when African slaves are just taking up all these jobs? What's gonna happen to the economy?
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, what's gonna happen to the horse industry when American Ford innovation kills all these horse jobs?
Human beings now.
Yeah, but Jeremy, hold on. Let me. So Lisa, you said, Lisa, for what you're saying is, we live to work. That's kind of what I'm talking about. So in other words, if you don't work, you don't see a purpose to have life. Like, you don't see a purpose to have kids.
No, I have a purpose to have. Okay, you have to have a purpose. Period. You just said it. Mm-hmm. What really took my mom. We have to redo our whole culture. What really took my parents down is when they stopped working. It was like, so what are you doing? And they travel, so they'll say I would travel. They've been traveling all their lives. So, okay, so what next? And we're talking about on a day to day thing. If I call my mother right now, so what are you doing? Watching Love Island. What are you gonna do tomorrow? The same thing I did yesterday. It's like, but she loves gardening and everything like that. I told her she should have never retired, because it gave her purpose to get up and get out in the morning, go do so. You don't have to work yourself to death like you did when you were younger, but just to have some purpose and not just wake up in the morning. You don't even look at the clock. You just roll out the bed and.
So Lisa, and I don't disagree with you. Lisa, I don't disagree with you, because it's almost like, think about it. Don't you question sometimes why these filthy billionaires still want to work and get in politics and shit? It's
they get
you're a billionaire. Like, you have all the money in the world. You don't need to do shit, right? Because to your point, there's still that need to be part of something. There's still that need to stay busy. There's still that need. I mean, there's still that need. So that's what I say. I don't know. Yeah, so I don't know exactly if it was to go to that extreme where robots took over everything and you didn't have to work anymore, to your point, then what do? You know what? I don't know, Lisa. Maybe they'll plant a chip in your brain to satisfy that niche. I mean, I don't know. I don't have
But Quinn is in there talking about other things can give you purpose, but that's the point. You have to have purpose. So you were born in this world for what reason? You gotta have some. I don't know what you guys think about. You're born in this world for what reason? What is your? And I'm not saying the reason is to work. I don't consider my job working. I consider my job a career.
But you know, Lisa, maybe you'll have a kid at 60 now. You know, you'll have, you can call it right. So you know what? You'll continue raising a family because you ain't gonna have to work.
You know, my dad still works, and it's not for money. He does shit because he wants to live, right? So he volunteers at the Boys and Girls Club. He does tutoring.
I love my job.
Right, there's stuff you can do.
Your mom just doesn't want to do arts and music.
Yeah, she wants to go back to work.
Well, tell her to go to the Boys and Girls Club, because my dad went to the Boys and Girls Club. They have a lot of programs.
She said, I ain't working no damn Target. I said, you wouldn't even work. Child, you last like 15 minutes at Target. But what I'm saying to you is that human beings have to have purpose. They have to have a reason. And we're the ones calling it work. It could be something else. They have traveled. They have done all the traveling things, exhausted all of that. Then I told about gardening, so they're gardening. They have to have some structure to their lives. And that's why rich people, like he said, get up in the morning. Why are you up at 6 o'clock in the morning? Well, I got this, that. It don't need to be up at all, because sleep all day if they want to. You know what I mean?
Right.
They want to have some purpose.
Exactly. And Lisa, that's why, like, when we look at wealthy nations like UAE or Dubai, and I know this is going to be triggering, but even like China has these universities for seniors. Universities for seniors that cost like a couple $100 a month, and they can learn new skills, dancing. You can contribute to the community. I love that, right? And sorry, what's that?
I said that would be me. I mean, if I could be perpetually in school, in college, I would love it.
100%. And that's kind of what I'm saying, is that I think a wealthy nation should allow their seniors to go and have the freedom to spend their time however they want. And if that is doing, something that's regular and just volunteering, then great. But they shouldn't be forced to go and work, if you're 75 years old, to work 8 hours a day just to make sure that your kids and your rent is paid for. That's the delta.
Yeah, not that.
Yeah, like there's stuff that they can do. It's just them choosing to do it. One of my best friends, her husband, retired from the NBA, and you know what his ass does? He fucking coaches basketball. The female basketball teams are there. He coaches female high school basketball in freaking Hawaii, and he does it voluntary. He doesn't get a paycheck. He just went up to the school and said, "Hey, I used to play for this team. Y'all need help?" And they was like, "Yeah, cool." So he would come, and then he ended up becoming part of the school. And he doesn't want the money because he already has the money. He just needs something to fucking do. So, like, you can do, there's a lot of shit that they can do. A lot of opportunities.
It brings up a good point, because like I've pointed out many times, rich versus the poor, and this is, I think, one of the biggest problems in a lot of democracies today. But it's not black and white. I think there are a lot of billionaires, and it's going to be triggering, but there's a lot of billionaires who are actually pro-socialism and pro-taxing the rich more and against what Trump is doing. Right, and I know that that's controversial, but I truly believe that there are billionaires on both sides of the fight against the disparity between the poor and the rich.
Help. I mean, seriously, I know you guys were talking about the elderly and things like this. Helping people have things to do. Seriously, making sure they can afford to go to college. Again, like I said, our church has paid for folks to go on to college if they so chose to do that through an exchange students program. For those folks, we also work with the Texas Workforce Commission to help get the elderly and older adults jobs and that kind of stuff if they want those jobs. And there's 180 different jobs that they can pick from federal work to state work to what have you. And you just pick those categories for those folks. They pick the categories that they'd like to, or careers they'd like to do. So I think anything that can help folks have money in their pocket. I don't like universal basic income. I'll have to look more into that. But if it's a flat income, then you need to be able to go over that amount, or I don't know if there's restrictions, or I don't know much about universal basic income. We need people to move up the ladder. And if you have basic income, how can you live on that? You got people that can't even live on Social Security.
That's what I was kind of saying.
I don't get it.
If it gets to that extreme where everything's robot, you simply live just off that, that's not structured yet, right? It would, to your point, it would have to be enough to not only just live off of, like I want to do more than just live. If I'm not going to have an opportunity to make money, unless I own one of these businesses, then hell yeah, it better be more than just enough to live off of. But like I said, that's the extreme. I don't see that extending our lifetime. But if it did get to that extent, like I said, to that extent, it hasn't even been dropped. What does that look like? Because to your point, I don't want just a basic income just to pay some. I don't even know if I'm gonna have bills. As I said, I don't even know what the other shit's gonna look like.
It would lower real estate, actually.
Right.
Because there's not enough people out there to just have a bunch of money to make money off of people and their their wages. They're gonna have to adjust everything to living wages.
Like you might not, currency as to be the same. You might go places and the shit's just free because it's just a bunch of robots taking care of shit. And you walk in, no, that shit's free. Go on and enjoy that. I don't. Who knows what it's gonna look like?
I didn't think it'd be living wages. The reason why I say that is because you got these small bumfuck ass towns in the United States where you have so I'm gonna give you an example, like military pay. Everything that the military gets paid, that economy for that small bumfuck ass town is based off of what the military gets paid. So I think if it came to that where everybody had to live off of UBI, they're gonna look at what the universal income is, and they're gonna have to adjust real estate, they're gonna have to adjust rental prices.
But no, that kind of think about it. We wouldn't be a capitalist society anymore. So in other words,
we'd be socialist.
What you're right.
Oh,
right. What you enjoy, if that's the case, what you enjoy is just depending on how much they're gonna give you. And that's the richer enough for one vacation.
But they do that with us too, right? So your whole entire life, every place you got stationed, it's been based off of what your income is, right? You can save a little bit of money, you go on vacation, but
you have the opportunity to venture outside of that, right? You have the opportunity to get into real estate. You have the opportunity to do something else when you get out of the military. So in this situation,
the surrounding area that we're in. So the reason why I'm saying this is because the surrounding area we're in, that real estate is comparable to what we're getting paid. So they're very smart. Like, you go to Hinesville, Georgia, I guarantee you, if you look at the price of a house in Hinesville, Georgia, and you look at what our housing allowance is, it matches. Because they want us to buy those homes. If you go to fucking Killeen, Texas, in Fort Hood, the amount the house is for a home in Killeen, Texas is going to match what our housing allowance is.
So I guess the point I was making, so if you in the military wanted more, what they're providing only gives you enough for one vacation, whatever, and you wanted more than that. In that type of society where universal basic income, how do you get that?
Go get married.
Or
collect. You know what I'm saying? Like, go ahead and buy you something where your universal basic income, and then somebody that doesn't want to purchase a home, they fucking rent from you, and you just buy another home based off your universal basic income. I don't know, but
that's what I say. You see, it's just really crazy when you think about.
You have to admit, though,
how that's going to
work. In a socialist world with universal basic income and access to healthcare and education at a reasonable cost, nobody is joining the military to get access to those things. The only people during.
As an example, like if the United States worked how the U.S. We're our own social. That's why we call it a social. We live under socialism. I can tell you how much my homegirl get paid because it's on print. She's not going to get $1 more than me unless she has a specialty, right? And you I know exactly what she gets paid. We all get paid the same. We're all given an exact amount for food, housing, fucking basic service money because of our job. So, and then we have a basic, what our health care is universal health care. Our food prices are fucking within that fucking base. Like, our commissary has set prices for food, right? And then outside, if you go outside, then you stuck with the civilians. But everything within a military community is socialism. It's fucking basic socialism. We have fucking rules that we have to abide by. We have to live by. Everything is, it's like, it's socialism, and it works. But it only works for those that are able to obey and go by those rules.
So that was my question, Patty. Based on that, I love what you just said, because you taught me something today. But what's best for America? If that was enforced on all Americans, or just reserved for the military?
So the reason why it wouldn't work for America is because of the human aspects, right? In the military, we still have a government that oversees what's going on within that socialism bubble. So there's somebody to smack somebody on the hand and say, you got too much power and you're doing too much. If it was the U.S. government just doing it and no one to oversee, like we have a Trump. If it was socialism, we'd be looking like fucking Russia. It wouldn't be what is going on in the government, U.S. military. There's always somebody to smack somebody's hand that's over that post commander. There's always somebody to smack somebody's hand that has overreach over those people that fucking actually run those communities.
But see, that's kind of why I was saying that I was going to take this kind of really far left down the rabbit hole. Because when just YouTube, where people like Bill Gates, Elon Musk see the future, it is a socialist, because universal basic income will be your only form of income, because you're not going to own anything. You're not going to own real estate. You're not going to need to do none of that. I don't need you to build houses and flip them anymore, because you know what? We got robots doing that. I don't need you. We're going to own these houses. You just live your life, and we're going to give you a universal basic income. And I guess that's how I see that they're trying to explain it. So it will be a socialist, because you literally won't even have the opportunity to make more money.
Yeah.
And so I guess that's why I was like, that's what I was asking.
What's the oldest?
Yeah, I disagree.
What's the oldest profession?
Carpentry.
Prostitution.
Yes, it's not prostitution, you demon. Let's just stick with carpentry.
You really think that the hammer came before?
Farming.
Hey, people are gonna be doing robots for free. Hey, so I'm sorry, bro. These people are gonna be doing these robots. Hopefully they get
No, but they're gonna get additional income, because the models actually show that those that work in engineering and shit like that, they have a whole bunch of UBI models. Those people are gonna actually be paid. So even if they're only making $50,000 to be, like say for example, with my daughter's degree program that she's in, she may only be getting $50,000 extra dollars, whereas in the real world right now, a lot of them are making $200,000 and plus based off of experience. But if she's only making $50,000, she's still $50,000 ahead of us. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like we're going towards a subscription-based society, like the brother JD said. We will have things, and we'll be happy with those things, but we'll own nothing. Everything will be by subscription.
I'm okay with that, though. I don't mind being comfortable. I don't need to be rich.
Can't take with her.
And like I said, I will agree with that too. But to Ashley's point, it better not limit me to no one vacation. If you know what, if I want to go on 3 vacations this month, I better be able to do that. You know, if I would, like, it should not limit me. Well, you know what I mean? It shouldn't totally.
Yeah, but then that wouldn't that be state ran? Wouldn't that be state ran? Wouldn't that be a state ran vacation? And then there would be on treaties with other countries to have like some kind of comparable.
No, that's why I said we don't know what it's going to look like. This is exactly why I said no one knows what this is going to look like, because if you take what I'm saying, well, I'm going by what people like Bill Gates and Elon Musk are saying for the future. So you take what they're saying, it's not necessarily going to be state ran, because universal basic income isn't going to be what you think. It's not going to be like they're just going to hand you $5,000 every 2 weeks or $10,000 a month. That's not what they're thinking UBI is going to be. They're just more saying like you're almost going to be able to live with no income. And I know that sounds crazy, But think about
it doesn't.
If
you don't think UBI, if it's in the U.S., is going to be a fucking global thing?
Well, see, that's why I said in the short term, yeah. That's why I was telling Jeremy, I don't think to the extreme that I'm talking will happen in our lifetime. But when you easily just if you YouTube what Bill Gates thinks of the future, amongst all these tech giants, if you just simply look what they think the future is going to be, the future is. You just don't work and you live life. I mean, currency won't even really be a thing. You just go out and do it. You just go out.
We don't have to. We don't have to pontificate about this.
A 1,000 square feet apartment. If it's just like if you have so many square feet for each child. If it's just me and they say, "Oh, you're one person, you only get 1,000 square feet," I'm okay with that. I can get rid of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not a big deal. I just want to be comfortable. I don't have to be rich.
Right.
Shit, I'm like,
totally.
1,000 is an upgrade for me.
And Ramona, that's kind of the point I'm making is that we're always going to have in every single country, in every single society, we're going to have losers and winners, right? We're going to have degenerates and fucking non-degenerates, right? And JD and Patty, I'm just saying that we don't have to pontificate. I'm a uber socialist capitalist, right? And that's not an oxymoron. And that's kind of the gray area that I think we have to talk about. When you look at like wealthy nations like the UAE or Saudi Arabia, they have so many social safety nets. They have no income tax, no tax on our citizens. All their revenue and wealth comes from, leveraging their resources and profiting in the global economy, right? And I think that we can have a combination of saying, hey, if you are human, then you should be able to just have a basic life if you're not motivated enough to live in anything other than a basic life. But if you're motivated, there should be no barriers to your access to education or healthcare or anything you need to be excellent. And that over and over again has proven to accelerate human evolution and the economy and America.
Right,
like,
the Nordic model.
Literally the American.
So you look at the Nordic model, that's proof that people are paying more into their government and they're satisfied with their government. Like if you look at the Nordic model, when you talk about Finland, Sweden, these people pay a lot in fucking taxes, but they have access to some of the best safety nets in the fucking world. Like if you're on fucking a program, nobody's fucking judging you. I can guarantee you the fucking poorest kid in that country is getting the same education that the richest its child is getting. So like, I do think there is something to say when it comes to UBI. If you look at how they run shit in these, those Danish, Swedish countries and shit, it actually like shows that people are willing to give up 40% of their income to be comfortable. And they actually trust their government with that 40%. If you look it up and do a Google search, it actually says they have trust in their government with that 40% of their fucking paycheck given directly to the government.
Yeah, 100%. And I'll be really quick. I live in North America. I pay the highest income tax in anywhere in North America, in Quebec, Canada. 54% of my income goes towards taxes, and no one in my country, like the leading cause of bankruptcy in my country is not healthcare debt. Right? Like, and I'm cool with that. The cost for my daughter, and Patty, we were talking about this earlier, my 20-year-old daughter is going into medical education in the best university in Canada. That will cost me about $800 USD a year, tuition and books.
What?
That's what you're talking about, Patty.
Yeah, they go to school for free in this country.
That is basically free.
You know how much it costs to get a fucking medical degree in a country like Ukraine? $250,000 fucking dollars. $1,000. Could you imagine?
Is that a month?
And do Cuba. Don't do Cuba. You get a trigger.
Right. And I'm talking about credits that transfer over to the U.S. for Dante's, or whatever you want to call it, DANTES, Dante's.
Yeah.
So you can go to school in Ukraine, go to their top university, pay $3,000 and change, and your ass come out with a medical degree. That's why a lot of Africans go to school over there.
That usually would cost the money over here, $250K easy.
If you're a citizen of these Norwegian countries, Your ass is going to school for free. That's what their 40% in taxes is paying for, in education. And those university credits transfer over to the United States. You don't have to take extra classes. They transfer over to the U.S. You can be a doctor here too.
The thing, and Betty, this is the question for everyone on the left or the right, and whatever you live in. I want everyone to answer me this. Do you disagree with that every brilliant citizen should have access to low cost or free education that they are smart enough to warrant having access to? Do you agree that the best thing for your country is that every single citizen should have access to low cost health care, because healthcare shouldn't be penalized financially? Like, does everyone just agree that that's the best thing for a wealthy nation?
Yeah. It should be a basic human right to have education and health care and food and shelter.
Jerry, the ones with sense, we believe that, but unfortunately, it's a big ass country, so we have a lot of people that just don't fucking see things that way.
I was reading over that Project Esther, which is the phase 2, if you will, of Project 2025. And the whole idea behind Project Esther is to suppress any support for Hamas and deem it a terrorist organization, and anyone in Palestine that supports Hamas would be targeted as doing some kind of illegal something. It says that includes Palestine rights supporters who are not U.S. citizens, or it says they include initiative outlines 19 goals that it labels as desired effects.
Hamas is a fucking terrorist group, though.
Okay, and so true, but everybody who supports parts of Hamas are not terrorists. But anyway, that's not something I want to argue because I agree with you. But just listen to this. It says that they include Palestine rights supporters who are not U.S. citizens, access to universities, ensuring that social media platforms do not allow anti-Semitic content, and presenting evidence of criminal activity by Palestine advocates to the executive branch. It also calls for refusing to grant permits for protests organized in support of Palestine rights. Project Esther suggests that Israel's backers should conduct legal, private research into Palestine groups to uncover criminal wrongdoing and to undermine their credibility. We must wage lawfare, it reads, referring to tactics of using litigation to pressure opponents. So I don't really know what that has to do with citizens, and I don't know what the tie-in is for United States citizens, but I'm assuming that they want U.S. citizens to have reduce their freedom of speech when it comes to Israel. That is the initiative that this Project Esther is taking on, including American Muslims for Palestine, which I guess is some kind of advocacy group. So this is basically changing the narrative of, Israel being the bad guy and taking, that voice away from anybody in the United States and anybody in Israel.
Well, Butterbean, they're already doing that, honey. They got taking the funding away from Harvard, from the historical Black colleges, or even taking it from the Latino schools and giving it to another college. Not trying to cause any bullshit there, right? But yeah, they're already doing this.
Yeah,
they're already
it's
limiting
already in
people's
effect.
free speech.
Yeah, it's already in effect, but I think
Yeah.
that is overall
they're trying. I'm skimming through it because I want to get to the economic effects that this is going to have on both the United States and the Palestinian people. But go ahead. I just wanted to read that because I thought that was interesting. And it's like you said, it's already being done. So.
Okay. So can I speak? Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, mods. The tie-in is very simple. They are using this, and we're talking about right-wing Christian conservatives are once again using Israel as a way to reshape the federal government into an ultra-right, ultra-conservative government, and using this part to using this as a test case to do it in other ways of any liberal or left agenda. But what they're also doing at the same time is distracting everybody with the Project Esther and focusing it, because now it becomes, oh my God, Israel's doing this thing. Oh my God, Jews are doing this thing. Now we have an enemy over here, and not the actual enemy, who are the right-wing Christian nationalists, assholes who are trying to do this to our country and to free speech in America. So that's what's happening, and that's the time.
Yeah, that makes sense, based on what I'm reading here. And so go ahead.
This is a lawsuit. You can't stop people. Like, for example, our church and other businesses got together and paid a lot of money for it. You mean to tell me if they don't say what we're doing, they can essentially not issue us a permit?
Are you not?
Which have been doing this for years. It doesn't make any sense that free speech would be squandered simply because somebody doesn't like the democratic way or whatever way. That's concerning.
Ashton, are you not seeing what's going on in America for the last 8 months, 9 months?
I have, and we paid for permits and things.
They don't give a fuck about paid permits, free speech, any of that shit. They're gonna bulldoze right over the Constitution, right over your fucking picket signs and your free speech and all your posts on social media. They don't give a fuck about any of that. They're going after you. They're going after anyone on the left, anybody who's speaking up. They are suppressing, silencing speech, and they will eventually marginalize these people to the point where there is no voice, there is no power, and the right-wing theocracy that they always envisioned is going to be the only one in power. Thank you. I'm done speaking.
To step up, consumers and otherwise, and not let your free speech falter to the wayside. If you don't use it, you will lose it. And a lot of folks are going to step up, LULAC and others. They have stepped up to sue on behalf of whether it be immigrants, others. There are organizations out here that are behind the scenes working to make sure that your free speech stays intact as well, regardless of whatever side you're on. Free speech has been that way since America has been founded. People have had the right to freedom of religion. Is that next too, right? Are we not going to be able to worship or go to church or something because somebody don't like? No, that's not happening. So we'll see folks in court. If they want to take away our right to free speech, we'll see you there in the court on that. 180 years. We done seen all kinds of stuff as a church, and they have the means and the money to go to court, and they will if that is the case. Free speech squandered. Wow.
So what's interesting? Oh, go ahead.
Where's Lisa? Where's Lisa?
She probably goes dog. Have y'all already discussed the topic of Trump has walks and talks and acts like he's had a stroke? Have you already talked about that?
He was doing the Harlem Shakes. I
Almost
about yesterday. I don't know about today.
Almost every day they talk about it.
Okay, because there's this doctor who is talking about how the way he's walking and his spatial acuity and awareness is off, and that's why he doesn't really walk straight. He has this interesting way of walking. The man has had a stroke. Now, we have been a mile.
His spatial awareness, balance, strength, and gait have all been affected. I'm a physical therapist with a doctorate in my field and 14 years experience treating geriatric patients just like the president. The reason he's meandering all across that red carpet is because he lacks the spatial awareness to stay on target or on the path in a straight line. This is because I believe he's had a stroke that's affected the left side of his brain and caused weakness on the right side of his body. When one side of your body is weaker than the other, it can become difficult to walk in a straight line anymore. But aside from the physical weakness, your balance is affected as well. All of the built-in programming in your cerebellum that's been there since you were small, it gets holes poked in it by a cerebrovascular accident, or even just a series of TIAs or transient ischemic attacks. When he went back to Walter Reed for that checkup, it was a 6-week follow-up for a stroke event that he probably had over Labor Day. A stroke on the left side of the brain would also explain why he talks nonsense so much more often nowadays, and also why when he is fatigued after long travel, like you see in that video, his speech is much slower, much quieter, and much more slurred. His stroke events have not been severe enough for him not to be able to hide it for the most part. But as I tell many stroke patients who still want to smoke, it's much easier to have a stroke once you've already had one. And on top of that, being 80 years old, he's also experiencing age-related cognitive decline that any 80-year-old would experience regardless of their medical history. His plan is to stay in the White House permanently. He has no intention of reopening the government, and he has no intention of releasing anything to do with those pesky files. But the people closest to him know what kind of medical condition he's really in and how close he actually is to having the 25th Amendment invoked. I'd say he's got 5 to 7 months left with us in total. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He walks like...
Wow.
The doctor gonna lose his license.
It's the craziest shit I've heard all night.
That doctor's about to disappear.
But if you heard it about Biden, Omar, you believed it.
It's just not about that. This is about the crazy shit I just heard.
Doctors aren't supposed to do that. They're not supposed to give a diagnosis for a patient they've never seen.
He's a physical therapist. Does that make him a doctor?
Okay, well, no, I don't think so. But didn't he say something about the doctors around him? Or something like that. I don't know. If he's a physical therapist, he's a physical therapist. I don't know what the fucking rules are. But I know if you got you got MD behind your name.
He's not an MD. He said he has a doctorate in 14 years or something. I don't know. I'll play it back. But my thing is that it makes sense to me because y'all know, and I'm not trying to be funny, that he cannot control passing gas. And he has been in the company of very high dignitary people. And if you watch them in different settings, he's actually passing gas and people are looking at him. Don't laugh. Don't make me laugh. People, if you look at the people around him, they're staring at him. They're holding their nose. They're scrunching up their face. He does not have control over that.
That's how they look tonight. I said that earlier. The ones on his side were frowning up like something was stinking.
None of it matters. He's still in charge, and that's it. Like, so we can talk about his incontinence all as much as we want. We can talk about his mental decline. None of it fucking matters. It really doesn't. Patty, I'll have some banana pudding things.
Yeah, go for it, man, after Ashton. Oh, God.
You're right, Scotty. It doesn't matter, but it still stink in that room.
Oh, I don't know how you can say it doesn't matter.
All right, it's on Matt, y'all.
It doesn't matter because she's still president. People are still booty clapping.
Exactly.
All over the place.
Oh, okay. In that context, okay.
Yep. Until he is out of office, like actually physically, in whatever way he goes, like he's the president, and he's going to be the one that everybody in MAGA is going to be booty clapping for, and that's it.
If he's giving great policy, you think people give a fuck if he wears a diaper? Like, at this point, no. Like, come on, y'all.
But I mean, how can you be in a room with someone who blatantly passes gas? All he eats is McDonald's. I can't imagine that smells like, anything anybody would want to be around, for
Commander indeed.
It doesn't. Have you ever seen the Twilight Zone episode with the little kid who has all the power and all the adults around him are just trying to fucking make him happy in any way that he's talking about? This is exactly what's happening with Trump. Like, everybody around him just wants to be in his good side. Doesn't matter how fucking crazy, how irrational, how much he breaks the Constitution. It doesn't matter. They just want to be in his good graces so that when he's done, they can also move into greater power.
All right. It's all Matt. Go back.
So, Republicans had a deadline for their bipartisan commission. I believe it was today. If they didn't have a bipartisan map presented, then the legislature was able to draw a map. The map that the legislature would draw would be 13-2, meaning 13 Republican seats, 2 Democratic seats. Landsman and Sykes would be the only 2 Democrats in the state. They offered Democrats 11th hour, strangely, an 11th hour olive branch. It would actually leave Sykes and Landsman in purple seats. It would make Capter a little more red now, because it is now more of a Trump +7 seat per the 2024 data. And so now they've essentially left it. We'll say this. Now there's a pretty strong shot Dems will win 4 of the 5 seats. The 5th seat will be a toss-up. And a lot of Republicans are now angry, and some Democrats are mad because they are saying, well, Democrats couldn't get the 250,000 signatures from all of the counties, that would need to then basically throw this map out. Well, guess what? That then it just gives all the power to the state legislature, who would actually draw the 13-2 map. So this is actually the best shot Dems have. It's the best thing they're going to get. Trump is pissed the fuck off, but we've effectively at least shaven off a lot of the harm that the mid-cycle gerrymander would have done in Ohio. We pretty much just given Republicans 1 seat instead of 3, sorry. So that makes I need some Claritin. I've already taken a Benadryl. My allergies are pretty bad, but that is the news, y'all. It's positive news, similar to how in Indiana the Republicans don't have the votes to redraw their maps and draw out the 2 Democrats that are remaining in their state, in their district. So Republicans suck. Yay.
Wait till you get What'd you say? I said wait till they get rid of Section 2 at the Supreme Court.
Oh yeah, I mean everyone's saying that'll likely be a decision we get in the new year, and a lot of these states won't have time to redraw by then because a lot of their deadlines are December. So it will definitely be a 2028 thing for the House, but still it'll definitely fuck us all over. But hopefully some of these states like Virginia, who today, I don't know if y'all saw, but the House in Virginia voted to proceed in essentially superseding their independent commission and allowing them to redraw their map and get 3 seats. You're just going to see, Oregon, Washington State, Colorado, New York State, New Jersey, all of them are just going to respond in kind. Republicans will end up winning that fight by probably about 3 to 5 seats, but that still doesn't mean those 12 very swing districts won't exist for the most part, and it still doesn't mean Dems can't win. It just makes Dems' chances to win the House a lot more difficult. but not impossible, depending on the environment that they step into.
So Matt, here's my question to you and Lisa, right? When it comes to this, I think it's an important thing, right? My understanding is that Texas kicked this off, and then California responded saying, hey, we have to respond. And now we have this avalanche of every state racing to redistrict. And whether it's a right state or a left state, redrawing these maps, I think strips away the power of the individual American's vote, right? And so, yeah, and that's kind of my question is like, where does this end? Like, is both the left and the right racing to redraw these maps really the best thing for Americans on either side?
I still, once again, do not agree with that worldview. If one side starts something and the other side doesn't respond, then you're a pussy ass bitch and you deserve to be voted out of office for allowing another party to fundamentally rob your constituents of representation and of their vote actually truly mattering. So I don't believe, one, just quite frankly, that anyone should be doing this. I believe that there should be an independent commission, just like the rest of fucking Americans. I mean, that's a question people have asked many times, many polls, and it always overwhelmingly is, we support an independent commission. But a greedy party decided they don't give a fuck, just like they don't care about all the other questions that are asked in many other polls about universal health care, universal child care, all the things that Americans actually like. So these little, both sides, those things don't really, that argument is kind of, 2024 showed that argument is bullshit. It's no longer both sides. It's no longer any of this. It's one side doing a bunch of bullshit, us being mad that the other side isn't fighting hard enough. And then when the other side starts fighting hard enough, create new examples, new arguments, and it just becomes nonsense. No one should be doing this. They're doing it. Cool. Settled conversation. I'm done circling the drain with this foolishness. I get tired of it because it's stupid. We know it's wrong. None of us like it. We all want independent commissions. The argument isn't that anymore. The argument is, of course, what's going to happen in the end? What's going to happen in the end is this, what I named. Republicans are going to win the race, but Democrats are still going to have a chance. That's how this country works. I don't like it. None of us like it. It's our reality.
Yeah, from your mouth to Louisiana's ears, because they have, one district left that has any black representation at all. Huh?
They have two. They have two.
Oh, my bad.
So if they lose this VRA, where they get rid of the model that they use for impact versus intent, is lost at the Supreme Court. Because if everybody listened to those, I love the oral arguments. If you listen to the oral arguments, if they lose the impact versus intent, then then Louisiana's fucked. Then they will go down to one congressional district. But right now they have two. So.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that had already gone through, but thank you. But still, that's some straight bullshit. I mean, I just got the audio description of it, but did you guys look at the way that line is? Right straight down the middle where it cuts everybody out.
Listen to what's going on with the voting rights.
Yeah, this is like making rights absolutely non-existent for 3/4 of the fucking state.
Yeah, and that's exactly where we're headed. I mean, at this point, once again, I don't like the slick, slippery argument of both sides are doing this. Please fucking stop. Please stop. We know what is going on. None of us agree. However, if one side starts some shit and you do not respond to protect your rights, you are mentally retarded.
I agree with that.
I hate people who play this dumb fucking game. This is the world we live in. It is wrong. That argument doesn't need to be had anymore, right? Like, we understand we should be in a universal single-payer healthcare system. We know that. We're good. We don't need to talk about it anymore, right? We don't need to now argue what are the pros and the cons, or is it something that makes sense? Right, universal child care makes sense. Basic stuff makes sense. Medicaid and Medicare makes sense. We need. I'm tired of talking to people on this app. I don't know where y'all live. I don't really care, but it becomes exhausting. That's why I'm frustrated when people do this stupid, weird, dumb shit. It's very clear it's wrong. It's happening. It's the country we live in. I don't know where you live. I live in. It's how it's set up. It's what they decided to do. It's fucking corporate greed. It's politics, right? If we all could wave a magic wand, it would be an independent commission in every fucking state. We would not be talking about this. But guess who would be the party in power then? Democrats. Why is this done? Why did this happen? Republicans. The math is right there. I'm done.
So Matt, I appreciate that nuance is difficult and takes energy to double click on. Right.
And I'm smarter than you, and I'm not having a conversation with you that I just had with you the other day where you're obviously an imbecile. And I'm going to call you that because this is the same conversation I just had with you the other night. We already know what's right and wrong. We already know what should be and what isn't. We already know why. Why are we having this conversation? Again, why are we having this conversation? Is this tickle your fancy? This little pondering? Let's ponder. They're both wrong because they're both doing it. They're both destroying America. Left and right are evil. They're both sides of the same. This is the same. I'm so sick of you dumbass monkey. Shut the fuck up saying this dumb shit. We are over it and tired. We need to fight back or we're not going to have shit left to fucking fight for. Shut up. I'm done.
Starving and you know what I mean. We look, guys. Real talk. I'm not gonna call you an idiot or none of that, but I think that having folks talk about to us the other day, standing in this line, I took a picture of our line. Right, folks are hurting. That line went back as far as you can see. People waiting, cars crammed, folks lined up. Right. And these numbers are now surpassing even the pandemic numbers that we have helped. Even us, we have not seen numbers like this. And we go by the numbers, and the hard numbers are saying there are people coming to us and have told us we've never been in this position before. We get food stamps, and we've never had to come to a food bank because, of course, their food stamps takes care of them. It is utterly embarrassing for Republican people to sit here and not see the lines when you go by these food banks. Man, you had people there as early as 6:30 in the morning. One lady showed up at 5 a.m. up there, right? Because people are hurting. And guys, you can't make this stuff up when you have folks standing in massive lines. We had 2 lines like this and merged it into one because there were so many people here. So you people, Republicans, you better get this right. You better activate food stamps. You better activate the safety net programs and things like that. Like my grandma used to say, crime meets you at your door if you don't do the right thing. And crime may meet Walmart, people stealing or other things. Am I saying to do that? No, come to us, okay, obviously, so you don't have to steal your way to food. We don't condone stealing. We want to make sure you eat. So tomorrow, if you guys are hungry, you're more than welcome to come on down to 3,000 Galvez, and we'll get you fed, get your food, get you what you need, and even we'll give out Halloween candy. We gave out 763 bags of candy last year to kids. So we'll help you out, make sure you eat. Thanksgiving's also around the corner. We'll also be passing out turkeys and stuff for adults and those who want it. So come on down. 211 Texas will also be there. We'll give out phones for you folks who need cell phones and all that stuff and get you signed up and make sure you eat. Come on down to us from 9 to 1 o'clock, Monday through Friday. We'll get you fed and make sure you have what you need, including health care, and get you folks signed up for health care and that.
Now imagine if your federal government was as fucking Christian and amazing as Ashton. Imagine that if you were from a wealthy enough nation whose federal government had enough empathy, had enough goodness, had enough just fucking Christian love as Ashton, and was willing to give their citizens what Ashton just served up.
Why do you
Imagine that.
Why do you do this every fucking time? Come into our stages and lecture the 90% of the people on stage who agree with you on this and understand what the problems are.
I love you, Scotty.
And you're barking at us from another fucking country about the problems that we know exist here and that we want to facilitate and correct. Go into the MAGA rooms and yell at those fucking morons why they're not living up to their Christian fucking God, whoever the fuck that is, and feeding the poor and caring about healthcare and all the other shit that you want to dunk on us on stage that support doing those exact things. Why do you do this?
My Jewish brother. This is the shit I'm talking. I'm glad that all y'all see the wolf in sheep's clothing. This is a Canadian leftist on stage wanting to, I don't even know what. It's bizarre. Like, why are we having these conversations with people? Like, these people come from other countries. You don't even give a fuck about really what happens in our country. You're just here to intellectually correct, dunk on us because you're in Canada. You're safe. I'm from Canada. Fam, all you little weirdo fucking Canadian lingo. Why don't you go stay there, talk to your Drake, Scarborough youths and all them motherfuckers, and shut the fuck up. We don't care anymore, dude. We literally agree on probably a lot of different things because, hello, you're on the left, supposedly, right? Why do you need to propose things in the room that we all clearly agree on? We need independent redistricting. We know that's a commission that we need to set up. We need that to be law. We need a lot of things that would be amazing. But guess what? You have to fight back. You have to use the legal system to do it. You have to do what you can. You have to do politics. That's what politics is, right? Like us arguing, oh my God, the Dems, they're breaking the law too. It's not moral. It's not ethical. Fuck you, bitch. We know it ain't. We're not saying it's ethical. Nothing that's happening right now is ethical. But we want fucking basic civil rights. Yo, suspected black ass in Canada, you got civil rights. We were all cheering you guys on when you elected the fucking current prime minister of your country. Shut your black, funky, monkey ass up. You funky, fat, nasty, dirty ass, wide back refrigerator built bitch. I'm so sick of y'all slow ass niggas. Stay in Canada, shut the fuck up, and mind your fucking business. And let us talk to our own American constituency. Thank you.
I do love Canada, by the way, just as a side note.
There's a lot in this country that has to be done right, and fighting for the rights of people. With President Trump in office, we got to continue to fight because that dude is crazy. You know what I mean? I didn't know the man was from Canada or whatever case, whatever. But man, you can't have people out here hurting. And for Donald Trump to use food stamps, I looked it up for the first time since the conception of the food stamps program, that it has been delayed. And our food bank also looked into that. And others are now talking about finding ways to see if they can sue on behalf of, our church and other churches have talked about, hey, is there a way for us to sue to get this thing back open? How do you get this thing back open if the Republicans aren't willing to do that? Is suing an option to get this open, especially in states like Texas, where we have a Republican, that's going along with Donald Trump. Do they need to be actually sued so that the program can be open and so that people can eat? That was a serious question asked today at our food bank. Can we take legal action? What's y'all's thoughts? Is there any legal way to wiggle this open? Anybody know? Is there anything that we can do to get it open by suing through a coalition, or how does that work?
California suing.
Happened before. Repeat that again. You're really low. Speak up again. Come again, please.
I said that California suing. I don't know what it takes to do that or how broad that is across states, but I do know that Gavin Newsom is leading the charge for California suing for SNAP benefits.
Charge. So us here in Texas, our governor's doing nothing. So I wonder if private citizens can, I don't know if they can jump on his lawsuit or ask to, I don't know how that works because this has never ever happened. And we're just trying to figure out, us here in Texas are trying to figure out how do we get this back open. It is a federal and state program, but my God, there has to be ways for citizens and others to sue. I know the governors can do whatever they need to do, but what about citizens and those who are hurting? Because another man, he was like, I have the means as well to sue. So this is not happening, guys, again, to food stamps where it's been shut off and people don't get it. And that's how bad it is that citizens want to sue now and join your class action lawsuit. Some guy was talking about that as well, and he's wealthy as well.
There's actually a coalition of 25 states and DC filing a lawsuit in Massachusetts arguing that the administration is withholding up to $6 billion in emergency funds to sustain SNAP benefits. So that's what Democrats are doing. I will put the link in the chat here. Meanwhile, everyone who voted for Trump voted for people to go hungry. All of them. Holding benefits, or are they running out? Because the food bank was kind of suspicious because they were like, wait, you know what I mean? How can you run out of, you know what I mean? So if they're withholding that money on purpose, then those states do have the right to sue if they found out that that money is there in some kind of, I don't know, allotment. I don't know how the government, but they have allotments for this kind of money. And if the allotment is there, and they're just putting it in storage or holding it, yeah, you need to sue. Now, if the money ran out, then that may be a different story. That's a problem if they've got money sitting somewhere, wherever that is, and they're not releasing that. Every state that has the means and the want to, because our state don't have the want to. They got the means, but they don't want to do nothing. So we got to have states that will step up and sue on behalf of consumers, because private businesses, though folks can join together, we would need a lot more people in the class action lawsuit to make that happen for the public. And they thought about maybe starting a petition where people could sign that petition and then get those folks a part of a class action lawsuit and then sue that way. That's what we were kind of putting our heads together about, because we're in Texas. And so we're trying to figure out how to go around our governor here.
But there's no legal obligation for them to release those funds. Because SNAP benefits are, so where is it? Because SNAP benefits are appropriated. Like, nobody has ever done this. I get it, right? But there's, like, I don't understand what are they suing for?
Right. So according to the link that I put in the chat there, Axios link, I'm reading it here. This is a quote from the North Carolina Attorney General, Jeff Jackson. Congress gave the Agriculture Department $6 billion emergency fund to use in situations like this. Continuing, if Congress gives the department money to fund a program, that department cannot refuse to fund that program. So this is money that was appropriated by Congress, who has the power of the purse, despite whatever Trump may tell us, for the agriculture.
Was it appropriated for SNAP, or was it for contingency funds? That's where I'm kind of confused.
It was for contingency funds that includes also SNAP. Well, right, and so the contingency allotment also includes for SNAP funding specifically during a government shutdown. And so it is actually a choice. Now, the Department of Agriculture is the one who administers SNAP funds. And so the point is that the administration is actually choosing not to do this in an effort to try and apply more pressure against Democrats. So this is lawfully appropriated funds by Congress that the Agriculture Department, I was almost saying ministry, by law must use specifically in the event of a government shutdown. There's $6 billion that they can use to do that. But they're choosing not to do that because at the end of the day, Trump voters voted for people to go hungry. It's as simple as that. Yes, Omari, and I will continue saying it so that you know that. You also voted. You, Omari, also voted for people to go hungry. 2 million people. But you don't care. You got yours.
People go hungry.
Omari,
they're basically doing
you can lie on this. You can lie to your father, but you cannot lie to this stage.
I mean, to me, this is just like them completely superseding any rescission that they did before, where how they passed a funding bill prior, and then they had the rescissions, right, that they did Republicans to basically say, hey, yeah, I know we got Democratic votes to pass this, stopgap funding bill before, but we're actually just going to take some of the money that we actually didn't want to have appropriated back. This is just more, to me, like a more aggressive. I mean, they're not even doing that, which was, technically, legal and procedure, but wrong, right? They're just, he's just saying, yeah, I know it was allocated for an emergency like this. I'm just not going to give it to you. That's just more bullshit. So I support. I don't know what a judge is going to say. I'm sure a federal judge are probably going to agree. I think that's what's going to happen. The Supreme Court's going to say he can do whatever the fuck he wants. So I'm glad. To me, this is just, it's all, of course, politics. You have to try to show you're fighting back, but at the end of the day, the Supreme Court is going to, probably shoot it down. But at least it looks like Dems are trying versus just sitting on their hands, like Jeremy wants us to. So.
And Matt, let me say, brother, I know that you don't want to hear from anyone who's not an American.
I don't say that when I call ICE.
I know, brother. You want to Jimmy Kimmel the fuck out of anyone from anywhere else that is going to comment on your reality. But let me add, brother. No, go ahead and Jimmy Kimmel. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Pink Trent in the room, because that's your border mate. Border. Right?
Lisa, did you turn off your recording?
And let me know when I can speak First Amendment, Jimmy Kimmel, Matt.
You can't. So just say comfortable.
And you're on the left. Wow, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Is that the left and the right in America now is the exact same thing. Matt is Jimmy Kimmeling me. But go ahead, brother. And when you're done, let me respond. But I'm going to let you speak because I'm Canadian and you're American. So go ahead, Matt. One mic on Matt.
And it's sad, honey. You Drake sounding bitch. We don't like your kind. You flip flopping ass. You got a Canadian accent one day and a Caribbean one the next, bitch. We don't fuck with your Drake kind in the United States of America, right? We hate each other now. Let's sit in that hate, bitch. Stay over there, bitch, and shut the fuck up. Thank you. You say I got a motherfucking Saskatchewan, Mississauga, city-ass motherfucker with y'all's weird-ass city names. I don't give a fuck.
I respond, and I might not be able to, but I'll try to respond, right? And this is the
stay on mute.
Again, Matt, anytime I want to speak, brother, I'll silence up because I'm Canadian.
Yeah.
I'm Canadian.
Everybody on mute. Beyonce, shut up, bitch.
And so here's the problem, right? Is that
the problem is that you don't have citizenship. The problem is ICE is coming. The problem is I'm gonna call Christy Noemi on your ass. Shut up, bitch.
When you have the most divided
American. You have a Botox space hoe at your doorstep. Her name is Christy Noemi from South Dakota. Shut up. Stay on mute. Let us Americans talk about our country, girl. You're a North American with the United States, bitch. Like you're not one of us. Like you can't sit with us. So stay over there. Yeah, good night. Take a permanent nap. Don't come.
How about them Dodgers?
Dodgers. What's the record for what's the standings right now?
I don't know. I just know they play baseball. Fuck, somebody had to say something.
I know they slide good. I saw some good sliding going on, Ramona. Man,
good old American baseball.
You feel me, baseball a little bit.
And that's why it's the Blue Jays, because I knew Matt would fucking throw his foot up my ass. So I'm cool.
We're talking about the Maple Leagues, the hockey team. We're talking about nothing.
I got you. Dodgers.
Man, let me tell you something, man. LA, man, let me tell you, that's a nice place, man. Y'all ever go to a baseball game out there? Woo! The food at that facility. Woo! Y'all got to go check it out.
Actually, this is what everybody knows about the LA Dodgers, though. Those Dodger fans are a little bit reckless, though. They be fighting a lot, Ashton.
No, ain't nobody fighting in the box. You're not sitting in the
people upside their head. They be going to other people's city, knocking them upside their head, Ashton. It's crazy.
Here, when I went up there, I was in a box. I wasn't sitting in the stand. You're not fighting in the box. They bring you your food. Sitting in the. They bring your. No one fighting up there.
Yeah, I've been in the box too, but I'm just saying, you know, I've seen the reports of Dodger fans coming to the Bay Area and always starting the shit. But anyway.
Here, don't sit with the fans. Get you a box. Don't sit down there with people fighting you and stuff. You go to the Cowboys game. Oh no! Don't sit down in the stands where people drop popcorn and soda on you. Go sit in the box. You know what I mean? Our company pays for that. We're not sitting down there.
The Blue Jays are winning 3-2. They got the series 3-2 going back to Toronto.
Oh, it's 3-2. Going back.
Yeah.
Who's slated for the Super Bowl? And that shit is there.
No, how dare you?
I was gonna say, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get us away from that. I was like, fuck, think of something, and I thought baseball.
Yeah. Yeah, the hockey strategy.
No, stay the fuck away from hockey.
Might work in basketball, but it don't work in football.
No, can't do that.
Be real. Let's be real. Is that the Blue Jays won it 2 times in a row.
Peace, bro. Come on, I'm going for peace.
I know, Ramon. I am on your peace train. I am on your peace train. You know.
Come on, dude.
I think it's fixed, Jeremy. I think it's rigged.
The baseball?
This is what I'd say, Aleph, and I want you guys to take on it. Is that like when the Blue Jays won it 2 times in a row back in the day, it was with like 90% Americans or Puerto Ricans and South Americans. Like there were very few Canadians on that Blue Jays team, let's be honest. But let's also be honest that when the Americans, you demons, have won the Stanley Cup, this hurts me to say, so many, I don't even know the last time a fucking Canadian team won, and this hurts me so much. And replays are on. Our replays on. Thank God they're not on. Thank God. Let me say this. I literally don't know the last time a Canadian team won the fucking Stanley Cup, and it hurts me to my core to say that. But also, you guys have so much money that you can get all the good Canadian hockey players to play for your team. So let's dig into the nuance, you demons.
Oh, Lord.
What's the deal? What is the deal in Toronto?
To be fair, though, wasn't it like 15 innings in this last game? Was it 15?
No, it was game 2. It was game 3. It was 18.
3.
Yeah.
18. That's a lot. That's some craziness. That's a double game. Literally.
You win money. Woo! You put money down on these games and you win. I'm staying up. I'm up, man. I'm dead set. I told my friends we're putting money on the game. Hey, and that's what you know what I'm saying. We're staying up. We want to see if they win or whatever. Because I think y'all should do that. I mean, you don't have to put a lot of money on games. Put $500 down, right? Ain't a lot. Put that down and see what you can get from that. I don't see a problem with that if you got
$500 on
I
was gonna say I got to put $500 on my fucking rent.
$5 in a food bank for people. What do you?
That's right.
Hold on, you demons! Half of the federal workers aren't even getting paychecks anymore. Talking about betting $500. But let me say this real quick. I heard an American say that they woke up after Game 3 and they cried. Right? And they said, it's weird. I cried because last night I saw 17 innings of the American pastime, right? It made up of 2 teams, right? Teams made up of like people from so many different nations. Made up of 2 teams where you've got players making $50,000 Canadian, which is like what, $12 USD, versus pitchers making $45 million. Right? You've got 2 teams, a team from LA that's being invaded by the federal government's military, right? That is AKA the shithole of crime, according to some people. And this beautiful fucking LA team has made it to the World Series against Canada, America's new first enemy, right? And then these two brilliant fucking teams playing with respect against each other for 17 innings, like it peacefully. Like the World Series is what world politics should fucking be right now.
I don't think we're really.
I think the only game that rivals at 18 innings is cricket.
We're rivals, but we're not enemies.
No. I'm talking about rivaling as in length of game.
Wow.
Cricket can last not damn days.
We need to really get serious about this. Who's hot dogs are the longest? That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
The Texas Rangers got one called the Boom Dog. I bought one. It's like 20-something, man. Let me tell you something. That thing is huge, man. You go down there to the ballpark, you get it, man. They can even cut it for you in mini slices if you like. Man, it's huge. You look it up, man. Texas Ranger ballpark food or the Dallas Cowboy Stadium food chef. Woo, them people be cranking out their food. I told that guy, hey, over here.
Hey, actually,
come on.
Do they wrap the bacon around it, though? Do they wrap the bacon around it?
Lord.
You can have bacon. You can have bacon. You can have everything on there that you like. You guys, you'll never go hungry eating over here. We got all kinds of food back here. Got 2 refrigerators, a deep freezer back here. Let's eat. We ain't gonna go hungry at no games. We ain't eat no popcorn. We eat real food over here.
You better hide that deep freezer. So I've been hearing things about deep freezer, but back to business. Do you guys think the stopgap?
I'm hearing Canadian bacon.
I'm sorry with the Canadian bacon. Do not trigger me. You need me.
Y'all just tripping me out.
Don't compare to ours, though.
My ADHD starts acting up, and I go into a whole nother world. What's going on here?
Yes, ma'am. We getting padlocks for our deep freeze.
I think everybody. I blame Canada. I just gotta come out and say it. I blame Canada for all
Me
this
too,
nonsense.
Fury, damn you.
It's a gorilla glue. Gorilla glue.
Sorry.
Wow.
I heard that there was stopgap. They were trying to negotiate a stopgap for 1 month. Do you guys think the Democrats?
To November 20th, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you guys
That's
think
fucking bullshit. It's bullshit.
It sounded like it was. I don't know. I'm struggling right now, so I don't know the details of it. So I gotta look it up. But that sounded like reasonable to me. But I think number one, the contingency fund should be used. But that would be number 2.
It's a bullshit deal. They're trying to get their foot in the door so they can gaslight their way around renewing those subsidies, or even committing to looking at the subsidies. They're like, oh, we will, yeah, but they have never been able to be trusted to follow up on their word. We have no guarantees whatsoever if we capitulate that they will do shit for those subsidies unless we have it in writing.
Will that affect their health care if they open up?
God, yes, if they don't renew those subsidies, people, for example, there are people are paying like $300 a month for premiums right now. If those subsidies don't get renewed, those premiums can go up to $2,800 a month.
No, but what I don't understand is, like, if they just put the 1 month, right? Won't they still be able to negotiate those?
And then we'll be right back where we fucking started.
So
y'all think it's better?
They have until open enrollment to do this. So that's the issue.
Okay.
And that's November 1st, right?
Yes.
Thank you. We're running out of time.
I got it now. That's what the swing is. Okay.
Yeah, they're
these
full of
motherfuckers.
crap.
That's why Films screamed at the floor today. He said, "You all have rejected 13 votes." Blah, blah, blah. He went off. And so, yeah, Democrats felt like there was some movement on a bipartisan measure. I'm not aware of what that is because they didn't say it, but they felt confident. This was said earlier in the day, and then shortly after, I hear them screamed and yelled at them from the Senate floor. So the House is not even in session yet, so I don't know how anything's going to happen. And Trump said, "I am the Speaker of the House and the President." So.
Man, they gotta get stuff. They gotta get stuff past because again, like I say, people are hurting. It was a guy out here today with no proper clothes on. No, he had on just I said, brother, it's freezing out here, and you have on thin pants and a white T-shirt. Where in the world did you come from? The county hospital sent this man outside in, I don't know what them clothes they wear at the hospital. That, by the way, it's horrible. It's not stylish or nothing. So I went up here to this store, bought this guy brand new pants, clothes, got him a jacket, got him a lot of food because I like to eat. I said, brother, get anything you want in here. He got a bunch of stuff, and he was warm and everything. Bought him hand warmers. Folks can't be out here from the damn hospital, excuse my language, in non-winter clothes. They gave him, he said the suit is equivalent to made of paper. I said, that's what they giving folks at the county hospital. It's not proper clothes and a paper suit. He was out here in the cold today. Went in here and bought him a bunch of stuff, and he gave me a big old hug, and stuff. And I told him to come on down to our church tomorrow. We'll feed him and give him more clothes. So he said certainly he will certainly come. And I said that is what I want to see, because people shouldn't be out here, and the hospitals got to do better. If your county hospitals, please do not send people out in the dang on elements and cold with paper suits on. You know what I mean?
Did he come in there naked? I'm confused.
Well, the problem is the clothes he had on, they were all ripped up or something. The side of his pants was kind of ripped up, so he couldn't wear those. So they that's what he told me. I didn't see his actual clothes he had on. He told me the side of his pants was ripped. He was poor, and he said that was the only pair of pants that he had at the time. And so they didn't want to send him outside, of course, with ripped pants.
Right.
That's not
That
going to
could
work.
be a big difference, right? And how you're perceived and how you carry yourself and everything.
He's better. I got him brand new clothes, so when he gets up, so he don't look like he walks out with holes all over his clothes. He said I can actually go into a building without everybody and it was sad. The people, instead of helping him, they just sitting there staring and looking. And when I went into Walmart and stuff with him, the guy he looking. I said, hold on, wait a minute, I'm gonna help him out. He thought he was gonna go in there and steal. I said, sir, give me a minute. I'll give you some money if you just stop staring at us. Just chill. So he was a security guard. He kept watching us the whole time I was in there getting stuff. He just kept looking.
Ashton, why was that person vilified? Was it their poverty? Was it their citizenship, their legal status in America? Was it the color of their skin? And genuine question. I'm asking genuinely.
Well, he was legal and everything. He's a black guy and everything, but you can't send this guy in there with ripped pants or stuff like that. I got him better clothes. I didn't want him coming outside in a paper pants. No, sir. Got him underwear. Got him all that stuff. Out of deodorant. He asked for soap. Also, bought it for him. Bought him a box of Tide so he can wash his clothes tomorrow down there at the laundromat. Called my friend who runs a laundromat. She's gonna let him wash his clothes.
Exactly. Poverty. Poverty.
He's in
and
poverty.
Ashton,
Yeah.
exactly. And Ashton and Matt and brother, I'll engage with you. I know you don't want to hear from me, brother, but that's kind of what I'm saying, right? Is that when you look at what happened in 1971, when America moved off the gold standard, right? And you look at the left and the right in America today, right? And I'm not saying one's necessarily. I'm not saying they're the same. I do believe the Democratic side has more morals than the right at this point. And it's not black and white, but for the most part. But what I'm saying is that when both sides have voted to pass unbalanced budgets, which has led to inflation and the shift in the American reality, which was back before 1971, you could have a single payer home with 2 kids, blue collar job, and build generational wealth and have American dream. And today, Ashton is the social safety net, right? Like the government doesn't care about the poor. Like what Ashton just said is that the poor are being treated like African American slaves were being treated during slavery. And everybody everybody's cool with that. The segregation of the rich and the poor.
So the last president to have a balanced budget is Bill Clinton, a Democrat. After Bill Clinton had a balanced budget, Mr. You-know-who, George W. No, I ain't even gonna go to it. Bitch, Bush fucked up the fucking deficit. We had a crazy-ass motherfucking... I don't even have to go into this. We all, like, what are we talking... I really don't have time for this. How is someone gonna have a balanced budget after what the fuck happened with George W. Bush? How is that possible?
Can I ask you something? So let me ask you something, Matt.
I asked you a question.
Go ahead.
I asked you a question. How will you balance the budget after what George W. Bush led us into?
Have had a track record of doing a better job than the Republicans.
Stay out of American business. You think you know so much. Who's Amelia Sykes? Who's Tammy Baldwin? Who's Jackie Roseman? Why did John Tester lose? Why did Sherrod Brown lose last year? Why does Stinky run again? What was last year's electoral environment? R plus what? 4. You don't know anything about the American electorals. You don't know anything. Just please stop talking, dude. Shut up. I don't care. I'm not going to be evangelized into your strange beliefs. I don't care. Don't bring my name up. If you want to talk to them about your little beliefs about Canada or whatever the fuck you're talking about, you can talk to them about it. Because what I'm saying has nuance all up and through it. What you are saying does not. You are black. They are both the same. They are both doing bad. That means they are both bad. That means they are both going to be blamed. That means I have to now talk about both of them. No. What I'm doing is offer nuance to explain what actually happened. I'm not playing this slow-ass game. That's why I'm so sick of y'all niggas on this app. You're retarded. Thank you.
Let me respond to you then, and this is what I'm trying to say.
Response. Go back to praising Ashton for being a good Christian woman that she is. Shout out to Ashton, girl, period, right? Go back to praising her and just stop trying to, back in your little dumb shit again. Scotty clocked you, I clocked you, girl. You got people here that like you, that's fine, I don't. So please stop trying to do a little Canadian invasion with your little strange-ass political beliefs. I don't give a fuck. I live in reality. I don't live in Jeremyville, bitch. I would never live in that condemned-ass city, bitch. Tough-ass streets, fucked-up street signs, nasty-ass people, bitch. Y'all probably ain't got no fucking goddamn shit in y'all's water to make your water fucking healthy, bitch. Y'all just like Florida, getting the motherfucking fluoride out the water. Bitch, stay over in your little town, ho. Fuck you thought.
So the point that I was trying to make is that when you have an American Congress and Senate, the average salary is under $200,000, and the overwhelming percentage of all of those people are multimillionaires, right? And so when you have both sides,
Canadian dollars and U.S. dollars. U.S. dollars. So stay out of our business. Stay out of our money. Mind your purse. Stay in your budget. Stay in your business. Talk about y'all. Talk about all that, girl. We already know Trump has raised the fucking deficit. We're in the 30 trillions. That was not done by a Democrat. That was done by a Republican. I can go back and forth with you all day because I know what the fuck I'm talking about. This is actually Child's Play. Chucky, bitch, Charles Lee Ray, and The Bride, bitch. Both movies. Stay in that motherfucking lane over in Canada, bitch. Y'all drive on the wrong side of the road or something, I'm sure. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to go to Toronto. I don't want to go to motherfucking Vancouver, Montreal with y'all's funny-ass French. I don't want nothing to do with y'all. Stay over there with y'all's importance and shut the fuck up.
I'll keep trying to finish the point I'm trying to make. And guys, and I'll finish with this, Matt, because like this is why.
You've already been finished.
No, brother, but this is why. This is why Nazi Germany, because Nazi Germany, even the people on the left in Nazi Germany didn't want to fucking hear from reasonable people outside of Nazi Germany. So when you have your closest fucking allies trying to speak, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, Jeremy, let me say, Jeremy. I'm not I'm not coming at you the way bad is, but I don't disagree with him on the point because, I said this to you multiple times. Why you say that? Jeremy, you know I said you have an agenda when you come to these rooms. I've been open about it. When you come on stage, you do talk, like you're outside, but I see what you write in chats, and I've addressed that with you
a lot, and I told you that the shit doesn't make sense. And I told you that, Jim. I know you come to these rooms with kind of agenda, and even to that point, you just kind of got caught right now when you said the Democrats and the Republicans, and to Matt's point, yeah, we did have a balanced budget under Clinton, and then the shit happened with George W. Bush and that bullshit war. So then you expected somehow Obama to but because he didn't pull the miracle that you expected him to do as a Democrat, you have to blame the Democrats. It doesn't. Some of the stuff you're saying just simply doesn't make sense, and it's just not even productive for you to play both sides. It's not even productive.
8 of the 9 recessions, JD, also were all caused by Republicans. Only one was caused by Democrats, like a Democrat like fucking back 80 years ago. So when you look at this actual data, it does not support anything. I don't even know if you black, so I don't want to say your black ass. I want to go back to Canadian bacon ass. It don't support nothing your Canadian bacon ass is talking about. Your make believes in your poor ass motherfucking hockey players.
Let me know if I can respond, JD.
That's the best thing that came out of your country.
Go ahead, JD.
Back to JD. I want JD to finish.
No, that's what I'm saying. So I haven't. I've always told Jeremy that, like, and Jeremy, we used to go back and forth at it in the chat. You probably don't remember. But I'm always going back and forth because typically, Jeremy, I get you. So up here, you are one way, and you can't have a productive conversation when you play the right side. But the minute you get triggered, you can see you just hate America.
JD, can I respond to you, brother?
America, it's evident. Yeah, go ahead.
And like, with all honesty, like, because I don't think, JD, when I speak in these rooms, I don't think I speak very different than a lot of people on the left in America, right? Like and I hope you, like, and contradict me if I'm wrong. I think the things I say, the facts I bring up, that my knowledge of American history is very, like, I don't think I speak wrong, and I speak very similar to people on the left. Where I get criticized, JD, is that people say, hey, Canadian, you don't have a right to have a voice in this.
Well,
right?
It's wrong information. I don't want to hear anything.
Yeah, but why do you let that bother you when you've been talking probably more than most of the people on stage right now? You choose to let that bother you, and you choose to use that as a way to start bashing America. You can't play it both ways. So I got it. There are people that will tell you. The issue I have, I don't want to hear from a Canadian. I guess you like to go into a Canadian room and they ain't gonna want to hear from I guess you're gonna tell me I don't want to hear from an American. You act like that doesn't happen everywhere. That happens. Bottom line is you've been allowed to speak in dialect with everyone, so that's not true. You just
you got more rights than I do. I can tell you that.
Yeah, see, like Omari, he doesn't have that much rights here because he's a dumbass. He's a dumbass. Nah, I'm playing. Let me stop. This is
poor Omari.
No, but
I would rather hear Omari talk because I can actually go back and forth with Omari, and Omari doesn't have good arguments I don't know. Omari, and I hate Omari's guts, and Omari hates mine, but we go back and forth, and we can bang, and we can do all the things, but it's just like, we know where each other sits. We both are not pretending to be something. Like, he knows he's a magtard. He knows he's Republican garbage. But you want to pretend like you are some, I'm on your side. I'm a leftist. I'm from Canada. And girl, you are not on my side. Please stop pretending. You're literally just a anti-American person that's in the room that makes up stuff. Actually, who's Amelia Sykes? You don't know who that is. Who is Tammy Baldwin? Who is Jackie Rosen? Who is Kathleen Cortez Masto? You know what I mean? Like, you don't even know what electoral environment it was last year. It was an R+4.
Like, a woman I'm very upset with right now.
And knowing that, anyone can put two and two together. You made it clear, right? You have a strike coming over here. Look, I'm not saying Canadians don't have a reason to be angry at America. The problem is, you specifically, I can't wrap my finger around it because it's to Matt's point. You play this both sides. You do.
But JD, can I just address that, brother?
Yeah.
And then this is the thing, because I think I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate it, because I also believe that Canadians have a right to participate in the conversation around the American political situation right now. in the same way that Ukrainians have a right to voice up their opinions on the Russian political situation right now.
Tariffs.
And let me hold on, man. Let me just land. If my position is that this polluted idea that it is black and white, left or right, the billionaires have oppressed Americans with, and I voice that, and JD, you're like, oh, you play both sides, Jeremy. Well, no, maybe this is just someone from the outside looking from a third perspective saying, guys, stop being a bunch of poor people fighting each other while billionaires fucking objectify you.
Jeremy, let me say this. I guess, let me, Spirit, I'm going to let Spirit go. Spirit, I'm just saying something, it's on you. I remember what Spirit just said, and that reminded me. So what you like to do is, Dan, what did you say earlier, Spirit? You mentioned what you said he did, and it just
he's lecturing the 90% of the people on stage and in this room who understand what's going on. We know the diagnosis. We know what is going on in this country. So I don't know why you can't get off that, because every time you come in these stages, you will mention 1971 gold standard, you will at some point mention Bitcoin. And then you will chastise us for, geez, I don't know, the stuff that we know is problematic and wrong and amoral about America. We know all this. We know the billionaires have way too much money. We know that money should not be in politics. We know that Citizens United is wrong. We also know, and I bet you didn't know this, that there has been no Chief Justice of the Supreme Court that has been appointed by a Democratic president since 1954. The conservatives have about 23 nominees to the Supreme Court that have been put through versus, I believe it's about 9 or so, or 9 or 10 on the Democratic side. So this has been going on for decades and decades. We are battling with the right wing in this country to make this place the place that you think it should be, that we are trying to do, and we can't because we're up against these forces. And you want to roll out this bullshit with, the Democrats and the Republicans. No, we have a binary system. We do not have a parliamentary system. This is how it is.
Yeah, and then
I'm gonna let you respond. That's fine. So when you come in and do this, we understand it, and we are fighting the fight, but it doesn't help when you minimize the one party that is trying to save our democracy.
That's why you get cussed out by that. And Jeremy, and you can't deny, and the reason, like I said, you've been coming to these rooms specifically for a long time. So it's not like I'm not naive to a lot of the shit you've written in chat about how Americans are stupid, like you kind of like to do right now. You tried to say, wouldn't you love the church, the government to be like Ashton? Like, no shit. So why are you up here pandering that to us? Like, that's not what we want. Because you do that sometimes, and I don't get it. You act like we're not up here wanting those things, or we're too dumb to know. I don't know. I really don't know what like I said, we've got some kind of goddamn things. We live in a different reality. And I'm being honest, but like I said, and I'm not lying, Jared.
No, brother, JD, I respect you, man. I respond to that because I do respect you, man. And this is the thing. And JD, please, and if anyone takes what I say as shitting on America, I apologize, right? And when I come up and I try to double click on the nuance between the left and the right, and how in some ways both sides are not contributing to lifting America out of the situation, right? And Spirit, like, by the way, Spirit, I
want to say something. Hey, Lady Diana, how you doing, babe?
Go ahead, Pat, please. Help us, Pat.
Hey, Lady Diana, you wanted to say something?
So the people that live in America, who right now is suffering by just a wave or whatever, or thinks they're gonna suffer in the coming months? Because I feel like the price of things is getting ridiculous. I don't know if anybody else is feeling it. Like, all the things that I used to take, go ahead, Ramona.
No, that was accidental.
Okay, so all the things that I used to take for granted now is just like, oh my God, this is like, my family is being affected by this. This is not good for us as a country. Like, there's going to be a lot of people stealing. There's going to be rioting. I don't know if anybody else is feeling that worry, or if I feel like I'm the only one feeling that worry. So I'm just asking.
No, I fully agree with you, Lady, and I would 1,000,000%. That's exactly that's the anxiety I also feel. I see that's what the trends are showing us. Look at how our GDP is shrinking. Look at how look at how costs are rising. Look at how wealth is being concentrated. Right, the 1% is just getting richer. We're all just getting poorer. We're in a plutocracy. We're in an oligarchy, and so it sucks. Like this is what we're dealing with, and yeah, I mean, it's just getting scarier and scarier by the day, more and more dystopian by the day. It's, I never thought like Handmaid's Tale or any of these like dystopian shows would actually become a reality, but it seems like, that's very much could be where we're all going to be at the near future if this stuff continues. So, Spirit wrote in the chat, like, this is not directed at you, by the way, Lady Diana. I think you kind of accepted while we were having a different dialogue with a Canadian named Jeremy. But we've been essentially all on the same page with what's happening. It seems like, though, we're open to understanding it with nuance, but we're told we don't have nuance, and we, with nuance, are using nuance to analyze what has happened historically in our country, what's happened in modern times. We have in this room, in Lisa's room, and in Patty's room, dissected ad nauseum how we lost, why we lost, how Biden won, why he won, why Trump lost in 2020, what happened in 2016, what happened prior during Obama's years, why the median Iowan voter is an Obama Trump voter, why we've gone through all of these fun factoids. We've dived in, we've talked to people from both sides, we've yelled and cussed out Trumpers, we've talked to people like Marshall who are Republicans, who have sense, who are open to going back and forth with us. Like, we've done all the great and cool things. We've talked to the really, really crazy leftists and the regular liberals. We've done all the cool things.
My question is, but what do we do now, right? Like, we're at this point now. What do we do now?
What we do now is, unfortunately, continue to fight. We have to figure out how to win the midterms. That's where I think we need to put our energy. And in addition to that, we need to focus on our state legislatures of each state that we're in. Democrats only control at 23. We need to focus on these local races so that we can concentrate power at the state level, so that we can appropriately fight and protect ourselves as much as we possibly can. Definitely try to ride this out until hopefully 2028 comes and we prop up the right candidate who can actually win. And a lot of people, though, are learning their lesson. Like Diana, 70% of Latinos disapprove of Trump completely. So, the dummy mander that they drew in Texas is probably not going to result in them getting 5 seats from Democrats. We have to continue that particular trend elsewhere and with more people. We have to continue waking people up. And that's on all of us, separately and wholly and together, etc. So that's what we have to do in terms of a call to arms. When it comes to, this conversation that I think you walked in on, we are trying to defend ourselves. I know we're going into a different conversation, but we were in the middle of discussing that we are very well aware of what's happened in this country, where we should be, and we don't need to be gaslit by a fake Canadian, by a Canadian, fake American United States citizen who thinks he knows our country better than we do, when he doesn't even know who Amelia Sykes is, when he doesn't even know, the only person he probably knows in New York is Chuck Schumer, AOC, and Mamdani. So it's just, maybe Cuomo, right? We got to focus on our country, our states, our races, our, or we're fucked. But JD, I think you were in the middle of continuing.
No, I'm gonna stop the Jeremy bastard. Yeah.
I have a question.
I
have a question. So y'all don't think that Canadians are so involved in our politics because it affects theirs? Like,
I agree.
How we move is affecting their economy. I have to, even with our military or the money, like when
what is it called? Fuck. When it comes to our, like, even with our military industrial complex, do you know that there's one Canadian in every division that's military that's attached to us? So sometimes I get it where y'all are sick of hearing this shit from Jeremy, but I understand why a lot of Canadians get involved in our politics. Like, I have to hear this shit with, like, sometimes with these Canadians that's embedded in our military, I have to hear the shit that they're like not happy with, but they only can voice so much because they have a job to do that's with us. They're so attached to us. You guys don't even realize how attached they are to us when it comes to
Hattie, so I'm gonna tell you.
Economy. Yeah. Every shit that Trump is doing affects their livelihood. So they're gonna talk, they're gonna be upset, they're gonna blame Democrats, they're gonna blame Republicans. Maybe they don't understand what's going on internally in our country, but they do understand what's going on in their country, and that's why they're really upset with America.
No, but see, Pat, so here's the thing. I don't disagree with you there. I think it's common sense, like almost to the point where what has currently happened, how it's affecting Canada. But that's not, I don't think that's the point with
That's not
Jeremy specifically. Because specifically with Jeremy, if you really, really pay attention to a lot of his rhetoric. So on the stage, he'll be up here talking like with us, engaging in the conversation like we're engaging in. At some points, he sneaks some stuff in there. If you got to pay attention to see what he's doing. And then in chats, you can throw down there, but I ain't making this shit up. And if you really, he hasn't done it lately because I've addressed him on this before.
Like I'm not.
But in the chats, he will go all crazy as hell on Americans as a whole. Democratic, like you even hear this, like he's not coming to America, which I understand. He's boycotting America, which makes sense considering what has happened. But he
did this before Trump won, though. This is the thing.
Yeah.
He was doing this when
I can't get it out.
About the election.
He's the water of
This is
Canada.
not.
Matt, can you let JD land? Matt, can you just let JD land? Brother, can you just let JD land, please? Matt?
I'm talking to Patty, so I'm not talking to you. This is not a reaction to Trump winning, which and Patty, everything you said is valid, and I agree with you. I'm just saying separately, this exists in a vacuum because this is just about Jeremy. Like, Jeremy is not the rest of these Canadians because this has happened. This same bullshit has been his talking point since before Kamala is running, since Biden was in office, since like we were experiencing Biden year 2. Like, this is not, since we didn't even know Trump was running again. Like, this is what Jeremy does, and that's what we're all trying to just like land home. And it just gets old and sick and tired of. I think all of us have talked about that both sides of the same people are stupid, and he is just genuinely one of them. And it's hard to, if you're not like paying attention to the stuff he's been saying, it's easy to collapse him into the idea he's just pissed like all the other Canadians are. Sure, but that's not Jeremy.
And when he gets triggered, he goes on all American hate tour. Like Jeremy will go in house to house. Americans are stupid. You guys are dumb fucks.
You know they actually think that about us, though.
Well, yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying.
Not to.
They hate us so much, they're pissed off with the Democratic Party because they wanted us to do the right thing, which we are trying to do the right thing. They really don't understand the dynamics.
And Patty, that's what I'm trying to say is that we've actually explained like what our strategies are. Like, we explained clearly what the leadership, the Democratic Party's working towards, but nothing's ever Jeremy. And like I said, I think the defeater in this is that before Trump was elected again, before Trump was running again, this was his rhetoric. So it's kind of now like, okay, no, this is nothing to do with the aftermath. This is now just a genuine, he does not like America. He is a typical leftist that we all talk about. Patty said, you hate these people, just like you don't hate them. I hate them. I hate leftists. You're more moderate, I'm just more liberal. And for us, it's like, this is the same. Both sides are the same. This is the same, like, uncommitted movement bullshit. This is the same shit. This is the same type of people that helped us lose, that we're pretty much arguing with on stage, coming from Canada, but not coming from Dearborn, Michigan. It essentially is what we're kind of leaning into. It's just what, I understand, like, I see exactly what this man is because I've just observed him for so long, and I just honestly, the reason why I crashed on him the other day is because I was tired of it. Because I'm like, dude, please stop. I don't care. And then JD actually had popped in that room, and I think you were awake, Patty, at the time. You came back in. But JD had popped in and heard it and wanted to address it as well in that other room. And it's just like part two of the same bullshit. It's like, girl, we know about the Independent Redistricting Commission. We've all wanted at the federal level for every state. And it's just like he's always trying to teach us a lesson about our country. But like I said, he can't answer basic questions. Like I asked, this is my third time.
So I agree with both of y'all. The only reason why I have a little bit of empathy, or I give him a little grace, is because I have family that talks crazy too. And I get it. Like, they're really pissed off. Like, they're really like, fuck America. And this is even before Trump actually won. Like, they would be like, you guys are so fucking stupid.
That's Jerry.
Yeah, and that's how they think. And they think, like, they actually do believe, like, Democrats could have done more. So, like, sometimes I hear him speak and I just let that shit go over my fucking head. But it's just, that's just how they think.
And I think Patty, we understand that. Wait, sorry, Matt. No, I mean, we understand that. I know many Canadians who are like, what the fuck are you guys doing over there?
Right.
I get it. It happens all the time. I'm really just focusing in on the conversations we have on this stage over and over again, which are the same conversations with Jeremy, that, that he just wants to dunk and really take, any kind of, he doesn't care. He doesn't care that we have a system here that we are stuck with, that we are trying to work out of so that the Democrats can have more power. Like, we are struggling through this, and we understand everything that he is saying. We understand why he is saying it, but it's not productive in these conversations when you repeat the same thing over and over and over again to people who say they understand and do understand it. Go into the MAGA rooms. Go into all, there's 45 other rooms going on right now, promoting Trump and God knows what else. Like, talk to them. That would actually be a real help. So I will cash up you $1. And please go ahead.
And Jeremy, we're gonna let you respond because it's we gotta give you your comeback. But the only thing I'll land it with is, like I said, to Spirit Point, sometimes you state the obvious to us, and then when you're ready to bash the Dem Party, you're bringing up a lot of old shit that's not relevant. It's nothing relevant to right now. Like the shit, and that's where we disagree, because sometimes you contribute to some of the stuff that's clearly happening because of MAGA, and at least in our opinion, right? And it's facts to us. It's facts to us on what's happening. You don't necessarily contribute to MAGA. You contribute to both parties. So of course we're going to have a disagreement because, like I said, you are, I don't know what side, I don't know what, maybe that is what that said. Yeah, that's why. Maybe that's why people did not conversation.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Jeremy. We've been bashing you, so it's on you.
No, it's all good. I'll be super succinct. And by the way, let me start with this. The only time I come off mute in Misa's room or Lisa's room or Patty's rooms, it is with an attempt to build on the conversation and contribute and build the room, first and foremost. And if when I come off mute, I don't do that, any green bean, tell me now, and I will stop coming on. I'll just stick to the goo. But what I'm saying is that when I come in these rooms and I hear so many people on the left say things that are exactly the things I'm saying, that are driving, stating the obvious. Nobody criticizes those people on the left. That's just the room. But when a Canadian comes in and says those things, shut the fuck up.
Here we go.
Shut the fuck up, you outsider. Right? Like, how dare you say shit that's obvious, that don't contribute. And I'll land with this, JD. I'll land with this. All I'm saying, when I join these rooms, is because what Patty said was right, is that the livelihood of every single Canadian, and in extension, the livelihood of every human on this planet, is directly tied to what's going on in America. And if we want to contribute to the conversation, how dare we? And point out nuances that, hey, maybe it's not a black and white thing. Maybe it's not a left or right thing. Maybe the democracy and the nuance is not just both of you fighting against the left or the right. And then you all say, shut the fuck up, Jeremy. How dare you come into these American rooms and comment on the nuance of the failure of your democracy?
Yeah. Maybe you need to visit our relatives in Toronto. But check this out. I'm going to be honest with you, Matt. So I got family in the UK. I got family in Toronto. You gotta remember, I got East African heritage. I also have Filipino heritage. And the problem is, like, outside of my American heritage, I have to hear these same arguments that's coming from Jeremy. Like, last time I went to Toronto was a year and a half ago. And there was no Trump. It was just the conversation of Trump, and they'd be like, what the fuck are you stupid Americans doing? Like, why the fuck are they doing this? Why the Democrats didn't do that? Like, you hear this, you just hear this shit, right? Something as simple as my daughter went to her and my other daughter, they went to Toronto, and they're going to Toronto for Thanksgiving because they're not coming to the U.S. They're not coming to see me for Thanksgiving. So they were talking about, like, they actually are like, fuck this country. I want to go to Canada. Like, I want to live in Canada. I don't want to live here.
I think because I'm all clear on that. That's none of that's. I don't disagree with anything you're saying, Patty. This is what I think's happening, though. This is why I said he's a slippery, slimy snake, and I'm not trying to say that in like a grooming way, but like I'm thinking of like the attributes of what a snake does. They slither around. They try to contort themselves into spaces and around things. What I just heard is a direct critique, and what happened is I like to make the conversation interesting. I like to contribute. I like to expand the conversation. What on earth would you responding to me when I'm explaining? I'm so grateful that Democrats, in their right mind, took this deal to allow us to only just lose one seat through the rigging that the Republicans are doing in the mid-cycle in Ohio. Instead of them making us have a 13-2 map. Why would you then say, well, don't you now see the responsibility? And don't you think it's wrong? I know it started in Texas and then California responded, but when does this end? Like, well, don't do that. Both of these people are doing such bad things. They're disenfranchising. That is a absolute ridiculous response. That goes back to what Spirit said and what JD said. It is clear this nigger is playing games. You want to come on stages and in conversations where I contributed something meaningful and expressed I gave the Democrats a little cherry on their Sunday. Thank you guys for not fucking up our democracy by allowing these fucking Republicans to screw 3 people out of Congress that are Democrats that represent black people in Cincinnati and other suburbs, right? Thank you. And you want to say, well, they're a part of the problem in this because now they're what the fuck are you talking about? You are not a fair person. You are not a person that wishes to open and expand the conversation. You are simply a fucking charlatan and a contrarian. You want to now, both sides are bad at it. That is not nuance. You are literally a contrarian. That is what you like to do. I don't care if you're from Canada, Africa, Asia, Japan. I don't care if you're from fucking heaven, nigga. You're doing that. I don't care how much you hate America, love America. I don't care if you're from America. I would say this to anyone. I say this to leftists in the United States every day. Y'all are part of the problem. Y'all are why we got Trump. Because of people who do this stupid shit. That is not having nuance. That is just saying both sides are to blame for my problems. Absolutely, both sides have flaws, but one is actually trying to legitimately and fundamentally harm everyone in this room, including you.
I'll respond. I'll respond, but I don't want to hug the mic.
That is right.
Yeah,
We're going to be in a plantation. We'd rather be on a blue one.
It's just to me silly, and it actually does not offer a productive expansion of the conversation. It just tells us in the room we're stupid for having Democrats want to fight back. So it is simple. It is not Canada and I'm mad. It's none of that. It's very specific. You did it just use the exact same thing yesterday, and it's stupid. I'm smarter than you. I know what I'm talking about. I don't give a fuck if you're from Canada, from America, or not. You do not understand our electoral system. You have no idea what we're talking about. And I'm not going to give you grace because you're in Canada. I don't give Americans grace because they're in America. They should know this stuff too. you as a person who wants to comment on this stuff should try to understand it more and not just paint it all in the way that you do. Not get that brush and just start painting it that way and seeing it from that one perspective. I offered you something that made sense. Other things have been offered in other rooms that make sense, and you always have that same thing I just mentioned that you like to go pivot and do. You like to be the contrarian. You like to make it both sides are the same. I pegged you, nigga. I know what you are. You might have Patty and all these other people giving you grace because they got people that are like you and their family or whatever, and they get it, and that's nice of them. I'm not nice. I'm a bitch. I'm gonna get you, nigga, and I'm gonna tell you what you are. You are an op. You are a leftist op. I don't play your shit. I'm not gonna be fooled by it. I see you, nigga, and I don't even know what you black.
And Jeremy, let me know when I can respond. Let me know when I can respond, but I'll mute up. Go ahead.
Sometimes I think it's better that you just listen and try to understand what's going on. Because like sometimes even like when I tell you, like when I say my relatives, some of my relatives, they say some shit and I just let them say what the fuck they say. I can say certain things and it doesn't mean shit because I'm in their country. So like for you, I think maybe you need to listen and understand what people are trying to do and what's failing.
Exactly.
Right. So you have a right to ask questions because you might want to do better for your country based off of our American politics. But asking a question versus making a statement is problematic. You understand? So that's all I'm trying to give you. And the only reason why I brought it up, like, I understand where you're coming from, is I get where you're coming from, but at the same time, I get frustrated too when I hear that shit. And like, I don't hear everything that you're saying because a lot of times I'm not even fucking here. Just because you see my PTR, I'm outside, y'all. I hate to tell y'all that.
Hey, Jeremy, when you
respond, I get my hair done, I get my nails done, and I have girlfriends.
Yeah. Jeremy, and just when you respond, just to Matt's point, and it's on you, Jeremy, is when he was talking about the gerrymandering, your response was kind of like, well, Democrats aren't doing it too, but that's not even what's your solution? Because Democrats have expressed they hate that they have to do it. They hate that this is something, but what other choice is there? If Republican states are gerrymandering and fucking drawing these lines, your response is, well, we should just keep the moral high ground. Don't do it in retaliation. Find some other means, which there really is no other means, but to come back at them the way they're coming at us, there really isn't. And I would love for you to tell me if there is. And no, we can't play the moral high ground, because if we play the moral high ground, guess what? That's not going to help you in Canada. That's going to make that shit worse for you guys in Canada.
It disenfranchises the same people you say are disenfranchised by us redrawing maps if we let them win. Go ahead.
I'll respond, and guys, I'll respond, and then I'm going to mute up for the rest of the night. And I apologize, Patty and JD. It's all like commentary from the mods in the house when I speak up. And again, I apologize if I like redirect the conversation. I don't think anything that is any different than any left-leaning American in this room. And I think the reason you guys take offense with what I say is because I'm Canadian and I introduce some new ones, right? And I'll land with this, and then I promise you I'm going to stop asking to join the stage, because clearly you do not want to hear from outsiders, and I apologize. And Patty, to your point, I will read the room and appreciate that you do not want to hear from outsiders commenting on your politics. And I'll take that guidance going forward.
About the statements is one thing of.
I appreciate that.
If you want to question it, you can say, hey, like, say for example, like, if you have a statement in your mind, you can ask the question so that people can
thank you.
Make you better informed on what they're trying to do, or why we can't get certain legislation through, or why.
I'm so glad you said that.
Right. So.
And I'm so glad you said that, because the last thing I'm going to say before I bounce tonight is this, and it's response to Matt. Is that I never said, I literally, Patty, asked the question as an outsider, asking a question on what I heard about what was happening in America, which was that, hey, Texas, the Republicans went and kicked American democracy in the balls by doing the shit they did to redistrict. And the only logical response by the Democratic states was to respond in kind. Obviously, they had no fucking choice. And my only question was saying, hey, understanding that nuance, Do you guys think that this is a slippery slope that strips the power of the individual American's vote? That was the question I asked. And then Matt came in and threw a whole bunch of personal insults to me. And I agree, Patty. And again, I'll mute up. I'm going to mute up now. But then Matt came up and cut me off 100 times and threw a whole bunch of personal insults. JD said that I fuck up conversations in here by asking questions, and that's all I'm saying.
Wait. Okay, hold on. You gotta let me get back.
He just lied.
So Jeremy, hold on. Let me get on that.
Thank you,
So Jeremy, you're going off on that tangent again. See, I noticed this about you already. So literally, and you have the right to get angry. If something pisses you off, you go on this make-believe tangent because those words never came out of my mouth. I just simply said, I have witnessed you on a number of occasions where you do play like a contrarian on both sides. And the problem is it's not productive because the thing is, you'll make it clear you hate MAGA, but then all your talking points will align with MAGA. That's all I literally said. In your mind, you swirl all that up and you make up some bullshit. Like I said that you made up some bullshit on the stage. I don't even know where the hell that came from. I never said that. Now, is Matt up here giving it to you hard? Yes. But you see, you just did the same thing I see you do in politics. Because Matt came up here and gave it to you hard, the pause, you decided to assume that's the way things work in this room. You decided to assume that's the way you've been treated in this room the whole time. You're deciding to make a decision. And it's the same thing you do in politics. If someone up here claims to be a Democrat and they curse you out, you do typical bad. Oh, that's why you guys lost the election. That's why this is you. It's just a bunch of bullshit. You're just angry. You're just fucking angry. But you're making a lot of this shit you're saying. You're just fucking making up because it's not true. You've literally been on this stage for hours. You've been on this stage for hours to get off your points.
Oh, JD, can I offer a point of clarification? Yeah. Because you, Patty, I actually don't know who. I think Moose let me up. One of y'all let me up. But when I got on stage, I wrote in the chat before getting on stage, does anyone want to hear the news of Ohio redistricting? No one responded. I had a question mark in the chat. You guys continue talking about McDonald's farts for Donald Trump. I wrote in the chat. I want to talk about
done with this bullshit. You ain't seen my fuck. I don't really want to hear about his fucking health and I don't.
Right. We need to. That's what y'all was talking about. Right, and then I got on the stage, right? I was quiet, and then I asked, like in the chat again, hey, do y'all want to know about what happened tonight in Ohio? And then I can't remember who. I think JD actually cleared the stage for me. JD said, wait, Matt wants to say something because they were all. Spirit was kikiing. Ashton went on a rant about it. Y'all were all talking about it, and then kikiing and laughing, right?
Patty didn't give a fuck.
Right, Patty didn't give a fuck. Y'all was laughing about that shit. So I was laughing, and I was kind of like annoyed because I really wanted to tell y'all what happened about in Ohio tonight, right? So then I get JD makes room for me after Spirit spoke, and then I spoke. After I gave the news, as I just said in my last tirade, because it was a tirade, because I'm very disrespectful when I speak, I was then met with what I stated in that tirade. Well, don't you think, I know Texas started it, and as I just said in my last tirade, that is what happened after. Jeremy, when he just responded to me, lied on me and said he was in the middle of speaking. I interrupted him and offered the redistricting news in Ohio, and somehow he was just trying to respond to Patty. He lives in a different dimension. Have you ever seen the X-Files? He lives in the X-Files. He is the X-File. That is not at all what occurred. This man is a liar. He, I think, suffers from some form of schizophrenia. He is on the Donald Trump diet. McDonald's farts is coming out your booty, bitch. That's what's happening.
But you live in a new world. Only listens to what he only wants to hear. He's only listening to pieces of the conversation.
Correct. Because he just made that up, Patty. Like, JD, you can back me up. Did I not say what I said? And this man respond to me. And I wasn't even talking to him because I don't like him. I was talking to y'all, who I like.
Yeah, but my ADHD be like that too. Y'all can be talking about McDonald's and bullshit and his fucking stroke, and then I'd be like, I don't give a fuck about his stroke. So what's going on with the cookies and ice creams?
Well, he must got some severe ADHD because he listened to everything I said though, Patty, because he responded to it. So he clearly was listening to what I had to say. But what he just gave back is a lie, and this is what I'm trying to expose. Right? This is a defeater. I was on the debate team in school. This man is a clear liar. He is intentionally trying to contort the conversation. I called him a snake, right? Slithering. He's intentionally trying to now convince you, because you were kind of, in and out of listening, and other people who may be joining the room, that I interrupted him in the middle of the conversation with a factoid while he was in the middle of answering something you said, when that never happened. He is a literal liar. You are a liar, Jeremy. You are a victim, snowflake, maple leaf. You're pathetic.
Hey, like that one time you went on a tangent talking about Canadian military would fuck us up. You know what you do. You go off on those tirades, and that's exactly, and you're laughing because you know exactly what I'm talking about. You go off on those when you get triggered. You go all American hate. Americans are dumbasses. Canadian military will fuck your guys' military up. You know what you do. You're sitting here playing that like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Wait, JD, just for they all think I'm probably a liar. JD, what I just explained, wasn't that the order of events that happened?
No, yeah, I don't disagree with you. Yes.
So isn't it interesting that he
Matt, I agree with y'all because he brought up something about Department of Defense the other day. I think it was yesterday. And I just listened. I didn't argue with him because I understand the dynamics when it comes to NORAD, or even with them being embedded in our fucking community and why we depend on them and why they depend on us. But when you don't understand the actual policy or what's going on, because he actually thinks NORAD is gone when it's not. We still have a 4-star general and a Canadian 3-star general that's working what it is when it comes to missiles. And that's why I told you, like, under air defense, I work with a lot of you motherfuckers that are Canadian. So you don't realize that it's still but you don't realize it's still an ongoing thing, right? But you said
of course I do, Patty. No, I've never said that. NATO is.
Now he's lying again, Patty.
No, but you sat there and you said, so check this out. You said, yeah, it was a great thing, as if it was in the past, when it's something that's actually ongoing when it comes to binational military command within, like, the global world. But,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please finish.
But how you understood it, I didn't argue with you because I know, like, Americans understand it the same way. I'm not gonna be Rez and sit up here and be like, my military career. I'm not gonna do all that. I'm gonna let you fucking say what you gotta say and just, like, keep it moving, because y'all sometimes you guys say some shit and you have said some shit because you said some shit, and I was just like, I'm gonna go on mute because you don't understand, but you do. And I understand from your perspective that you do want, you're protecting your country. And then coming to fight with us on wanting Democrats to do better, I think your best bet is just to ask a question like, what are they doing? Like, are they doing something about this, that, and other? Don't make a statement because you really don't know what's actually going on, right?
But nor do you have a solution. Nor do you have a... Guess what? The shit that's going on, the shit that we talk in these rooms every day, like the shit that is happening in this country, which shouldn't be happening. We shouldn't be having to face authoritarianism. Guess what? And you disagree with me the other day. If this shit didn't happen here first, that shit was going to happen in Canada. You guys just got lucky this shit happened here first. Because you guys damn well know you guys were about to vote a fucking authoritarian government up in that bitch. And then, but once you saw that happen here, that made you guys go, oh shit, oh hell no. And you guys hurried up and turned that shit around. But bottom line is you guys were about to go through the same shit that we are now going through had you not been able to view it here first. Okay? So the thing is, you can come in here and bash down, right? But the people that are fighting all this bullshit that you agree with us on are the fucking Democrats. I mean, who do you think has to fight against this? It's not MAGA. It's not fucking MAGA. It's not Omari. So if you come in these rooms, not today, and probably not the last day, but for the most part, you did used to come in here, and it was like battling MAGA and battling you, but you're saying you're on the side. So, I mean, what's the point? What's the productivity in that? Okay, we got it. You hate. You have you're not Dem supporting, so you think we're bashing you because you're not Dem supporting. But the most thing is it's just not productive, because if you have the same views we're on, then the way that gets fixed is by us taking back over the government. Well, that's it.
JD, though, it's like what Spirit even said earlier, though. It's like this man is naming the obvious. I said it when I first responded to him. So I spoke, as I said. Then he responded, and he said his long bullshit about...
JD's phone just died, I think, or he...
my bad. I swept out.
No, I was just going to say that, like, JD, to your point, and also to Spirit's point, what happens is, he will do this leftist thing of like, oh, yeah, like there's an issue and there needs to be the right thing that's done and da-da-da-da-da. And for us, it's like, look, the right thing that should be done is the independent, redistricting commission. Like, they should be the ones that are in charge of this. Like, we shouldn't have, at the state level, we shouldn't have the ability for anyone to interfere with it. Like, we know what the thing is that needs to be done. And like y'all said, it's the obvious thing. Like, we already know the obvious. Why are you now trying to present us with the obvious as if this is not something we all, like, of course we want that. We know the politics, though, that get in the way of that. So then what's the purpose in bringing that up? Like, it's a pedestrian response. And that's me saying that, right, as someone trying to be articulate. But if I'm being a hood rat, that is a dumb, slow-ass retard response. We know what the fuck we're talking about. We know what you're talking about. So how was that a response to what I said about, thankfully, Democrats fought back? Well, this back and forth, this is just going to be a slippery slope, and when is this going to stop? This is disenfranchising people on both sides. Well, it's going to disenfranchise more people if Democrats don't fight back by doing this. Yeah, of course we want an independent commission, but until that day finally comes, in a decade plus, right, we're going to have to do this very ugly game so that we actually can not be disenfranchised. This is what leftists do, though. They circle the drain. The obvious is right beside them, and they want to circle the drain, play the moral equivalency, and then blame Democrats when they do the thing that they actually that they should do to protect us. This is why being a leftist is in my opinion, being a retard. Like, there's no logic there. Right? Like, free all the stuff that Mamdani's talking about. Who's going to pay for that? Like, what are you talking about? Like, a lot of these things just, like, are stupid. Just functionally stupid. So, I love having wish lists. I have wish lists. I have things I want to get done, right? But guess what? I live in reality, right? And y'all don't. And you proved you don't. By lying on me and saying I got on stage to interrupt you, who were speaking to Patty, you claim, and I came at you with heat. When I actually offered a factoid about Ohio first, you chose to respond to me. You listened to what I had to say, and you responded to me by going down a sidewalk that had nothing to do with what we were talking about. That did not, as you say, expand the conversation. You were just being a fucking leftist contrarian. You made no sense. And then after I popped off on you because I don't have patience for this type of nonsense, you sat in your flaky snowflake victimhood, and I think you're white. Your white victimhood of being a fragile, fragility little baby, and said everyone's going to be mean to me, so I'm going to stay in the queue because you don't want Canadians to speak. No, babe. I don't like you. So I'm going to read you for films for being Canadian, for being anything. I don't care if another Canadian came on stage and they knew what the fuck they was talking about, baby, we'd be kikiing right now. I would be telling them, thank you. I'm glad you know what's going on here, honey. How'd you figure this out? Oh, you visited America. Thank you, girl. Like, I would be giving them they one-ups. Like, of course, that's great that you know this stuff, and I'm glad you're in the fight with us. But you, who clearly don't know what you're talking about, who can't just receive, you don't know what you're talking about, and come here maybe to learn and not teach, baby, you all kinds of fucked up. So nobody cares if you're Canadian. You can come back in the room. You can join the stage and join the conversation. Don't let me stop you, but you might get cussed out again. You just need to be prepared for that. Thanks.
Jump in before I respond.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
We're waiting.
Patty, you gotta stop it with these Canadians. They're killing the room, Patty.
I think
I'll
we
say this,
want to hear your voices.
I'll say this, Patty. I have never once, since the contention between America and Canada, never once have I heard an American vet come off mute and say anything negative about the Canadian military.
Yeah, I would never say nothing negative about y'all.
Ever. And I will never speak negatively of the American vets. Never. We have died together on the battlefield.
Okay.
No, that's the truth, though, Spirit. I'm going to be honest with you. If you look at the Great Lakes region, when we're talking about economic and infrastructure security, you know who we actually depending on? We're depending on the Canadian military. So even with Northcom, right? There's an alliance with freaking Canada that they do the cross-border pipelines. They're responsible for the Great Lakes region. They're the ones that we depend on when it comes to our cyber energy grid. So remember when Canada said, fuck you, we might turn off the energy, and we're like, what the fuck's gonna happen to New York? What's gonna happen to the Upper Peninsula of fucking Michigan? Like, there's a lot of dependency on Canada, where Canada has made, or Canadians that don't really understand the politics, that they're like, fuck y'all. Like, y'all don't even understand what the dependency looks like from y'all. We may be a small nation. We may have a small military. But you motherfuckers got us in your operational plan if something was to pop the fuck off. So, like, Great Lakes, when you're in Illinois, you're in certain areas, guess who the fuck is supposed to be your dependency? Canadian military. It's not going to be us. They're the ones that we have in the old plan that will say, hey, we're going to stand up this unit, that unit, and then they have one guy that's assigned to fucking ESC, another guy that's assigned to a couple of divisions that may be the ones that's going to fucking make sure shit goes and fucking goes well for us. And it's Canada that controls most of that territory when it comes to the U.S., even through Alaska. Y'all don't realize that. They have that firepower. They're the ones that's supposed to monitor our, like, airspace in that area. They're the ones that's supposed to protect, like, that area. They're the ones that's supposed to counter, like, something that happens, like, with Alaska when it comes to Russian northern military presence. So, like, they get upset and they don't fucking actually understand. And that's why I said maybe he needs to ask the questions instead of making these bold statements. Because I hear the bold statements from actual citizens, right? I hear the bold statements from our own people, like my own people that'll be like, we're giving y'all all this fucking money, but fuck y'all, like, we want our fucking money back.
So, Patty, can I ask you something? And I'm mute up, and then again, I appreciate this conversation because it's given me insights on how my contribution to the room is taken by y'all, and I'll take that to heart. But let me ask you this, because again, what Matt was talking about was a question. Not a statement, was a question as a Canadian trying to understand what was going on with the redistricting. And my question was, I understand that the Republicans started this shit in Texas, and based on what I've heard, it's cascading to other states. And my question was, do you guys think that it's like degrading the value of the American vote of the individual? That was my question, Patty. And Matt, I'll land with this, and I promise this will be the last thing. It was a question. I don't come in here to shit on people. Democrats in these rooms say everything that I say. And Omari and Trumpers can come up in this room and say and dominate the stage all the time. But a Canadian who's on the left says something.
Matt, I'm not going to let you do that, because that, like I said, once again, you're making shit up. Lisa, you've literally been on this stage for hours, and you keep. Okay, he right. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, Lee. He keeps saying like we don't let Canadians talk up here. What the fuck?
Whoever said Canadians can't? That never came out of nobody's mouth.
He's a victim, and this is what he has to do. And then he tried to like change the conversation, talking about the military stuff when nobody was talking about that. And it just became silly to me. Like, dude, you literally lied on me. Said I said something I didn't say. You're acting like you were just asking an innocent question. You did the same thing in the room yesterday, which is why Shah, that mod that was in politically correct, was like trying to defend him because she was like, well, everything Matt said was great, but Matt's just going off on him and being rude. And I'm like, yes, I'm being rude because I'm short with dummies like him. He does this thing in every room, and I had my last. I was done. So that's why I went off on this dumb, slow ass. And then Shaw was so, she's white, honey, and she don't know me. So she's like, oh my God, G. Willikers, like, why are you talking to him so meanly and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, girl, I ain't got time. I explained it yesterday. This is why today, after his quote, innocent question, his contrarian question, it was part 2 of yesterday for me, right? I don't want to hear no more. I'm not playing the game I just played with you yesterday. I went down a rabbit hole with you yesterday. I'm not doing that again today. So I'm going to be short with you, and I'm going to get you together real quick, and we're going to move on. Everyone in the chat, and people, at least I know Georgia said, yeah, Matt, you were right. I see what you're saying now. It's just obvious now. This dude's a snake. You can come back in the room, bro. Talk, deal with the...
Hey, Matt, now what you're saying, now I know because my memory is refreshed. Yes. Like I said, I've had back and forth with Jeremy a lot. And I've had a lot of other stuff on my mind to actually remember, but now I'm actually starting to remember it more. And like I said, when Jeremy starts going off on his tangents, he will be in the chat, as my has been him in the chats, he will literally be talking mad shit in the chat to us about the fucked up shit going on. Oh, do you guys see authoritarians coming in? He says shit like that, like, oh no fucking duh. Oh, you dumbasses are allowing this. You dumbass. Like I'm telling you, I've had this back and forth with him plenty fucking times. That's why I know. That's why I have that added as a friend, honestly, because I know he talks a good game up here. He sounds cool, very respectful. But yeah, I'm no fool, and I think that's why Massey the Spear said I can't articulate it because I just don't remember all of our conversations. But I know I've had plenty back and forth with Jeremy because he gets very, very radical.
Well, that's why I went off on him, because I remember and I observed all these different things with different people who have gone back and forth with him, who have said things to him in the chat when he starts typing in the chat, which, by the way, will not come back on stage, babe. You write in the chat and do the same thing.
Hey, look, remember he used to be TA Jeremy? He had a whole crash out with all them over the same thing, and they kicked him out of that. He's not with that, what is that, that 8 group? He was with those TA 8s. You had a whole crash out over there, and they kicked you out of that space because exactly what we're talking about. But you haven't been allowed to get to that extreme here, because when I seen you do it, I checked your ass every time.
And other people who just want the conversation to flow allow it, and that's why he gets to be on stage and gets to feel comfortable and gets to go and do these little things. Because other people are cool with him. They don't have a problem with them. They don't pay it. But like Patty said, she doesn't pay attention enough to hear a lot of it, but she's heard enough of it to know some of this stuff is just wrong, and I'm gonna just be cool with it. I ain't gonna go jump down his throat. I think because Patty's nice, I'm not nice, right? I'm a bitch. I've met my end with it, and so I had to just lay into him yesterday. I mean, I didn't even fully lay into him because I didn't curse him out. I didn't actually say a curse word to him. I just called him a moron.
You're protected over here.
I'm dead.
and still my son. You get on my goddamn nerves sometimes, and I have to be like, yo.
And like I said,
that's my baby.
So like I said, Jerry, this is Lisa's space. None of us can control, who's allowed to come to this space. So you can keep playing that role. You're allowed to come up here as you always have been allowed to come up here. You didn't have to tell us you're Canadian. You can tell us you're Canadian or not, doesn't matter. No one has ever said Canadians can't speak in this room, even though I know you would like to come up here and say that because that's what you like to do. Just because Matt said that to you, okay. But you took what Matt is telling you and that's how the room thinks.
He generalized me as the room's mood when it's just me. I did it.
Yeah.
The room didn't cuss you out. I called you slow, retarded, busy, and slow. Like no one else did. But Matt, almost said my last name. It was me. It's me.
Hey, but see, Pat, look at him in the chat now.
Yeah.
Even though I know why he's doing it now because he just got bashed for hours. I got that, but I can't even explain it. It's him.
Let him listen, y'all. Let him listen.
Can I offer something?
Maybe he needs to listen and understand where we're coming from. That's it.
Let me just offer one thing that may or may not be true, but I'm just going to throw it out there. There are people on this app and, on social media and the internet who have a very, very specific agenda. It's like one or two things. In this case, we know that Jeremy talks about always the gold standard and moving off the gold standard.
Bitcoin.
Which we, Patty, I'm getting there. But they talk about the gold standard because getting us off the gold standard put us towards, more, big banks, things like that. And these are all legitimate arguments. But these crypto socialists, crypto Bitcoin socialists, this is what they're trying to push out there. He's a Bitcoin enthusiast. So all of the other talk that he throws out there and, questions about, why don't we see it this way and what is the Democrats doing this? This is all part of this leftist, accelerationist movement to ultimately get the money system into the crypto socialists' hands for a future that is going to be much more profitable to them because he is a big investor in Bitcoin, and that's the ideology he believes in. All of the other stuff that he says doesn't really matter. He's not interested in learning within here. He has one ideology. He comes in here to try to promote it and kind of circles all around that, and eventually, that will come out in his argument, but in an abstract way that we're not supposed to catch it. The ultimate goal is him promoting crypto without having to say Bitcoin. And this is what he does here. And this is what a lot of leftists or crypto socialists or, accelerationists, anti-government, all of that. This is their goal. They have the one thing and they try to bring it into a room, but talk about other stuff to get us there.
He's a charlatan. I mean, that's what I was saying. You're 100% right, Spirit. He's 100% a charlatan. He has an agenda, and now he's saying this is an echo chamber because we're actually just trying to tell him maybe listen more and talk less. Like, after I made my statement, and I guess you would say breaking news regarding Ohio, you could just say, oh, wow, that's great that Democrats did that. Where you think, you could have said this instead of the dumb question you asked. You could have been like, so how many states do you think Dems will net at the end of this? And do you guys see an eventual redistricting commission as being a part of maybe the 2028 platform push, right, for whoever runs for president? Do you think they're going to try to run on? That would have been a more fruitful conversation on, oh, yeah, I can see Gavin Newsom or, whoever's saying that, or maybe not this person. Like, we could have had if you want to open up a dialogue, you can open it up by not being a contrarian and a charlatan. This is why I'm saying you have been exposed, and I'm grateful Georgia wrote in the chat. They saw what I said manifest because they don't know you, probably hadn't heard you speak that much. But as I made my case, I am the son of a 25-year fucking now retired DOJ attorney, right? I know how to argue and talk and present. My father is a lawyer. I argue with one every day. You're not going to win, babe. I am going to expose you. I will find, as they say, the defeater. And I defeated you multiple times. And you crouched down into victimhood. Canadian can't talk in the room. I'll do you a favor. I won't curse you out again. I won't. I was frustrated because I was tired of the nonsense that just happened yesterday and politically correct with Shaw moderating at the time. I was tired of what happened then, so my frustration was quite high and my tolerance was low. I'll do you a solid. I'll just say that you are uneducated, should listen more, speak less, and everyone in the room should give you the grace because you are a fragile Canadian where if we say one word you shatter, right? Like when Mariah Carey hits that whistle note, bitch, you shatter. So, yeah, we'll be nice to you. We'll bully you. You know, we'll be mindful of your feelings. But that will only happen if you are mindful of your mouth and your stupid questions. Okay? How about we do that deal? How about we do a tariff negotiation? How about we get a trade deal? How about that?
I just want to say I love Canada, and the one political party that actually supports Canada and wants better relationships with Canada and wants travel and wants the economies to be working together and the crazy tariffs in place and wants the Canadians to here and vacation and we want to go there, it's the Democrats.
Correct. And we've modeled a lot of policy off Canada and Canada off
And I just want to make this statement so Jeremy doesn't think I'm a total asshole. Canada gave us Alanis Morissette, Celine Dion, Neil Young, Shania Twain, Joni Mitchell, so many other. I mean, I'm not gonna say Drake. I mean, unfortunately, it is Drake.
And Justin Bieber.
You know, Justin Bieber. But, you know, they're contributing, not to mention a lot of, like, SNL people, you know, Mike Myers, also, I believe, Paul Shaver from the David Letterman show. You know, there's a lot of reasons to love Canada. We love Canada. We love Canadians. And I hope more of them can contribute to our great country here. And I hope many people get to go to the beautiful city of Quebec City and Montreal, two stellar cities that have the biggest European vibe in North America.
I hate their French, though.
Hey, bless up, bro, bless up.
I hate their French, though, Scotty, so much. But aside from that, it is a beautiful country. I mean, you guys gave me my favorite show as a kid. You guys gave me Degrassi. I love me some Canadian television, honey. So period. I mean, I just don't like you know? And I guess it's hard, though, for people to separate an entire country from themselves when people are just talking specifically about them. Yeah, and I guess you've not been around many gays, but I was doing something that's called reading you, right? I'm going to bring up that you're Canadian milk toast, maple leaf syrup, ass, basically. I'm going to say all that stuff when I'm reading you, girl. I'm going to make fun of your face, your nose, the shape of your body, where you live. I'm going to say you don't have a right to talk. I'm going to say all that stuff because I'm reading you, girl. Like, you don't know how to be read. You don't know how to respond. Aren't you a man? Like, aren't you supposed to be strong and, like, take, you know, you have to be able to take all the stuff that the world throws at you and, like, throw it back. Like, you don't do any of those things. So, it's kind of disappointing that you don't know how to, you know, respond to that kind of...
Hey, listen, man, I'm a pure Canadian. I'm 100%. No word of a lie. No word of a lie. I'm in Toronto, Ontario. If you guys ever want to experience something, come up here in the summer. Caravana, gay pride, and listen, man, I will be there. It's lit. Every weekend, listen, man, every weekend we have like how can I say, like the Taste of Danforth, Little Italy. We have like
You guys gave us Avril Lavigne.
Oh,
thank you.
No, it doesn't matter about singers. I apologize.
Yes, it does.
You have to come up here and feel the vibes. You have to come up here and feel the vibes. It's live. It's lit. There's no shootings. There's no bullshit.
Yeah, I got the stabbings and stuff. But yeah, I like Canada. I mean, I dated a Canadian, so I've been to Toronto. I was, as I said, reading Jeremy as he, you know, I guess just unaware of what that means.
And remember,
Toronto, Canada, you know, Vancouver, Bay City, honey. Toronto, you know, all that stuff is great. So
you guys gave us Ryan Reynolds.
Remember,
Ryan Reynolds.
I'm not disrespecting the States. I'm not disrespecting the States.
You guys gave us Jim Carrey and Michael J. Fox. We love you guys.
Yeah, y'all should be proud of where you're from. So.
No, for sure. Listen, man, I'm 100% Canadian. And I never disrespect no fucking other country. You understand? You understand? And we have good vibes up here, man. Like I live in like Toronto, Ontario. If there's not even 100 murders in like 1 year, we're very lucky. You understand?
Yeah, we get it. We literally say all the time, Canada has free healthcare, Canada has this, that, and the third. They don't have the gun, but we know where Canada has it. We admire Canada a lot.
Keanu Reeves, y'all.
Yeah, we fuck with Canada, so
sure, bless up. And I respect you guys. And I like the good talk. You understand? Because there's a lot of Americans that like ever since whoever took over your presidency, I don't know what to say, man.
I know, and I mean the people who genuinely do not like Canada and who have the dumb, get rid of, NAFTA, like those are fucking MAGA. That's not, normal people who are in the United States. Just for your.
I think there are a lot of inbreds.
They are inbreds. They're cousin fucking inbred white trash and black trash also.
I apologize. Yes. Bless up. Because even you see our so I'm from Toronto, Ontario, right? You see what our prime minister did? Not prime minister, like I don't know what to call him. Doug Ford. Did you guys ever see our advertisement against the states? It's not against the states.
The tariff advertisement.
Yes. And he's showing Ronald Reagan in his true self. And you guys can Google that shit.
We already know Trump was mad and said he's going to impose more tariffs on Canada because he's mad that y'all said that Ronald Reagan said that tariffs are bad. We know, honey, we know. We're aware.
Yes. But he's calling it false AI, this and that. I don't know what to say about it. Yeah, because it's all true.
He increased the tariff. We know. We hopefully this man dies off his next.
And you know what else? You know what else? You guys gave us Pamela Anderson.
Oh, she was awesome.
We love you.
Baywatch was fucking lit. Yes. And you know what, bro? Honestly, God's honest truth. Never had a problem with any of you Americans. I love you all. Doesn't matter where you're from.
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of Canadians come to Florida and California. I mean, I live in Los Angeles, and I would always see a bunch of random Canadians all summer, all year round, because the weather's awesome. And yeah, Canadians are cool. I mean, Jeremy's just an idiot. So we don't think all Canadians are in any way bad because of Jeremy. We just think Jeremy's bad because of Jeremy. So you're good,
Okay.
Love to Canada.
But hey, bro, bless up America. That's all I got to say. Bless up America. We've never had a problem with you guys until this guy. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Sorry, man. I'm not saying no names, but obviously.
So, Butcher, I think we have one problem, only one, and that is the Horton Donuts versus the Dunkin' Donuts.
Over them Tim Horton. I'm sorry, Tim Hortons is not good. It was just like, what is this bland food? Hey, y'all McDonald's is too healthy, honey. I need the unhealthy ingredients in my McDonald's when I go somewhere, honey. So, anyway, that's
No word. I can't lie to you guys. If you guys would have been here like 5 years ago, before all the influx of like, and I don't even get racist. Trudeau, our ex-prime minister.
Blackface.
Yeah, there you go. Batiman, fuck, I don't give a fuck what he is. And he's got a lot of money right now. He's dating fucking Katy Perry right now.
Really? What were you gonna say though that was potentially racist? Were you about to say he let all the Indians in?
Yeah, so he opened up like how can I say? And trust me, there's no disrespect. I have a lot of like Indian friends that were growing up here in Toronto. You understand? And even they told me what he's bringing in right now is not the right people. I'm not saying color or nothing. You understand what I'm saying to you?
I'm just gonna say you sound like
trust me,
the man you don't like, which is Donald Trump, because that's what he said to us about the people we're letting in, those brown people. And I'm also Latino, I'm black, obviously, but a lot of people don't know that they can be both. I just wanted to say, I understand this is also the why your particular country almost went what we would say, quote, MAGA in your most recent election, because your country was polling similar to ours, where you guys felt the same of, we don't want these you-know-whats in our country. We hate our you-know-who for letting them in our country, and XYZ, they're ruining my life. They're making my real estate worse and cheaper, and they're fucking up our economy. Y'all gotta chill, because this is really where y'all are getting fucked up, just like MAGA. And y'all become what you hate. Y'all don't understand.
No hate. There's no hate. There's no hate. There's no hate. There's no hate.
I'm saying you all become what you abhor. You all become what you critique. And you have to check your own whiteness and your own understanding of why people want to come to your country for opportunity, and why immigrants actually boost the economy. They're not sucking and taking from you. They're also giving something to you. They work. They pay their bills. They fucking pay taxes. So
no, for sure.
I just implore you to research more into that, and not just say these Indians are coming here.
Sir, can I say something to you?
Feel free.
I grew up in the 80s. I grew up in the Jamaican influx. Jamaican. And I can speak patois like you would not believe.
Go for it.
No, I don't even want to go there, because no one's pissed me off here, so I don't want to even talk my patois.
You don't even talk patois, but you don't even actually identify as Jamaican. That's called culture vulture. But go ahead, girl, do your thing.
No, it's not culture vulture. I'm a white guy, and I grew up in a black man's group.
So when is this segment over soon, y'all? Because I can't.
Well, no, you know what? Captain Kirk from Star Trek, he's also Canadian. Just want to mention.
Oh, dude.
And you know what it is? I love my jerk chicken. I love my oxtail. I love my curry goat.
Oh no.
The black people you friends with got you a little too comfortable.
Hey, and I mean dreads. No word, dreads. I hang around a lot of dreads.
Did you just say you wear dreads?
No, I'm a bald head.
Can somebody help upstairs? HR, are y'all there, Green Beans?
This is a commercial break. Let's cut to a commercial real quick.
Yeah, that was brought to you by the Canadian Lager. We're back.
Oh yes, Labatt's Blue Lager. Shout out to Canada for also like Seagrams. I think Crown Royal, Seagram 7, BO. God, if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have a lot of the good liquor we have behind bars today.
In Canada, they sure ain't making no dang on moonshine. They sure ain't making that like we do down here in America. You ain't making it like us. So they got all
the problem with America is that you guys drink green alcohol and you become retarded in Texas and you vote for a fucking idiot.
Brother, I'm talking about moonshine. When you know what I'm saying, they can't make it like us. I'm just telling you, they can't make it.
No.
In Alabama, that's what it is.
So on the East Coast is called Newfoundland. You ever hear of Newfoundland?
Newfoundland? What'd you say? Repeat that again. Come again, please.
Newfoundland.
Thank you,
so
sir.
That's on the East Coast. That's the farthest East Coast you can get. Newfoundland. You ever hear of something called Screech? See? It's worse than moonshine. It's worse than moonshine.
You can't. Well, what is it? What in the world? What is that? How is that worse than moonshine, dude? Moonshine, you can run a car on that stuff. You got to have some power when you drink that. You know what I mean? I have drank it, but a lot of other people that I know have drank it, they've either fallen over, don't walk right. But when you're like me, you can handle it. It's just I would advise to sit down. I've never heard of what you're talking about. What is it made with, and how is it produced, and how is it stronger than moonshine? You have to be out of your mind.
So listen, man. If anyone ever comes to Canada and you go to Newfoundland, there's not much there. It's a lot of land. But remember, when you come home and you go back to the States, just grab some Screech. It's called Screech.
It sounds like a Saved by the Bell character called Screech.
Screech.
Never heard
lady,
of it.
Google that. Newfoundland, Canada, Newfoundland. That's the only place that produces it.
Place that produces it, well, the type of moonshine like Bounce and Cherry Moonshine and Peach, a lot of that stuff is produced in the deep southern parts of this country, and it's been around since the conception of bootlegging. It even was a derivative from that kind of stuff. So I've never heard of this.
Remember, when you guys were in Prohibition, do you remember Prohibition?
For most of our time there.
So where were you guys getting your booze from?
We're making bathtub
Yeah, you don't know what bourbon is, and you don't know like Kentucky is. I'm not gonna talk actually, because I need a cigarette.
So you guys call your guys bourbon. Up here in Canada, we call it whiskey. But remember, during your Prohibition,
whiskey too.
Okay, no, but bourbon has a little bit something different in it.
I'm referring to just alcohol in general. We know what the Prohibition was. We know they snuck out. We know American history. We're a smart room. We're not, well, some of us.
I'm not saying you guys are stupid.
I wasn't saying you think we're stupid. I'm just saying you asked, do we know what the Prohibition was? I'm saying we know those things. We know what our trade is with Canada, with alcohol. Kentucky, tried to get a deal with Canada, so they couldn't. So we weren't, going to have this tariff nonsense on the stuff that Kentucky trades with. I mean, like, we know this stuff. Like, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. For sure. We know y'all have y'all stuff that's probably from your own country, and we know you guys trade with us, and so. Yeah, shout out to Canada, and shout out to Indians who come to Canada. Shout out to Indian Canadians. Shout out to Kamala Harris.
What we got, bro?
For sure. Hey, for sure. Do you guys remember NAFTA? North American Free Trade Agreement. Yeah, we know. There you go. Mm-hmm. And when Trump came in, he wanted something better. But what's better? Like, I just watched this guy on TikTok, and he was American, and he was in trying to school guys. It's a free trade agreement. There's no tariffs. There's no nothing.
You know what I love is Seagram's ginger ale. So shout out to Canada for that.
No, honestly, bro. How can I say it to you? Canada Dry Ginger Ale is one of the best ginger ales in the world.
Yeah, that's Canada.
Yeah, but
Canada Dry Ginger Ale.
We're just love bombing Canada right now. Look at that.
It's all good, man. Bless up to you guys, man. Because I'm right here sitting in Toronto right now. I'm sitting in a project right now. Regent Park, Ontario. In stereo.
The what?
What, brother? Too much information.
So listen, man. When the Irish influx.
Wait, are you drunk? Wait, are you drunk? Are you drinking too many Moosehead lagers or something?
No, I'm drinking nothing but Molson cold shots.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm watching the Blue Jay game. Did you guys watch the Blue Jay game? Did you guys watch the Blue Jay games tonight? Did you guys watch the World Series?
The Blue Jays. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Baseball, an American, the American game. Okay, yes.
Yes, and we beat you guys tonight. We're up 3-2 right now, and you're coming back to Toronto Skydome.
Come back, right? It's only 3-2. Don't panic, because someone else on another team talked crap, and they lost.
So hold your horses and back up your train, brother, and park that caboose right where it's at. Hey,
for sure. Listen, man. I'm not getting cocky. Not at all. But remember, a lot of American guys from LA was telling me, "Oh, it's over in 4 games, 4 straight."
We figured that we had the pitching. Come on, look who we have, brother. The roster.
Listen, man. Yamamoto. Listen, man. You guys have remember, you guys have the best team in the world. LA Dodgers is the best team in the world.
It's not a big deal. I think they can beat them. I really do. I think they can beat them, man. Don't panic. People get up and say, well, we beat them 3 games to 2. Well, guess what? They come back and win that game. Hello, you headed back. So I don't panic in that situation. I think.
So young lady, the next 2 games are here in Toronto. We're not going back to LA.
I still think okay.
No, for sure. Hey, listen, man. Listen.
He can turn it around.
You guys have the best team in the major leagues. You guys are fucking awesome. Freddie Freeman, Teoscar Hernandez, Max Muncy.
King, but we gotta use that and come back. And if we beat y'all in Canada, then we'll be right there. It's just what it is. And you are high up thinking you're gonna beat.
Not high up. I'm very humble. So remember, your president said.
But you're thinking, brother, just because the game is going to be in Canada, that yes, they'll have a home field advantage and that thing. I get that, but this is a professionals. Let me tell you something. You watch football, anybody can be beat anywhere on any Sunday, and that's what I think. That's what I think about professional sports.
Young lady, I'm not here to argue with you. Did you hear what your president said?
Let me tell you something, brother. I'm a little bit different when it comes to a lot of women, brother. I'm a little different, so I get you. I don't have a problem. With they don't have a problem doing that.
Young lady, did you
You're high up there, and you think
you hear what your president said?
And they're not. What did they say?
You hear what your president said? He wouldn't give the World Series championship to Canada or to LA. Because you know why? LA is a blue state.
To do with God, bro, you're gonna make me say something. Let me tell you something. That has nothing to do. Who cares what he says? Just take that, brother, and chunk that in the trash bin next to you over there.
No, for sure.
Chunk that in because that has nothing to do with winning. I'm talking about baseball. Stay focused with me and hit the target.
I'm right here.
Baseball.
Listen, man.
Talking about baseball.
Okay.
You gotta think the guys over.
Have you watched one game? Have you watched one game?
I like sports, so you're talking to the right woman right here. I'm not somebody that's up under, can't know what's going on. I know what's going on. Let me tell you something, brother, a little bit different, and I'm going to hang with you. Curveball, watch out. Look here, they're going to overcome. It doesn't matter if the game's over in Canada or going back. I really do think with that kind of firepower, I really do think that this team has enough to come back, and the team is deep enough to come back. How deep is your team? I'm just telling you.
I'm going to ask you something. Have you even watched one game? One game. That's what I'm asking.
I just said to you, yes.
And which game was that? 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5?
What's going on right now?
I watched the games, plural. I had time to watch all of the games that played. I have cable and I got access to watch whatever I want.
Okay, so listen.
They are going to win.
Okay.
They're going to win.
Did you watch game 3?
Where are you going with this line of questioning?
Sorry, man. No, I'm just asking. She's very knowledgeable, so I'm just asking. Did you watch it?
I think you're the point you'd like to make, but you're just asking like 25 questions.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so listen, man. So what happened in Game 3? It was the fucking longest game, second longest game.
I stayed up and watched it because you. I stayed up and watched that game. I know it's the longest game. Why? Because if you got money on games, watch out. Now you're going to stay up and watch. Why would you go to sleep if you're a gambler? Why would you go to sleep if you're putting money on games? And generally, if you're putting the money on, you better know what the hell is going on.
There you go. So, young lady, you see tonight, I won $7,300 Canadian. Because I bet the Blue Jays. So the other night, game 3.
I may have lost in one game, and that's fine. But guess what? The ones that they won, I won. So.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm not here to argue with you. Bless up.
Let's be blessed. I'm not being mean or nothing. I'm just telling you that, I'm smart too. And sometimes the way men.
Young lady, I never said you were dumb. I never said you're dumb.
You're asking me, have I watched this game? Sometimes that's a roundabout way to say that some women don't know what's going on. We do know what's going on.
That's why I was trying to check you. You understand?
What's going on? So I think
not even you. Some guys talk shit.
I apologize for trying to repivot as a Canadian, but let me ask the stage a question, and I'm going to ask a question, not make a statement.
Actually, your repivot's probably welcome.
Thanks, Spirit, and bless you. Now, let me ask you this. What do you guys think is the best for the midterms for the Democrats? Is it for them to just bend knee and let Americans see the impact of the big, beautiful bill? Or is it for them to stand by their principles and really fight for trying to stop the impact of that big, beautiful bill? Like, what plays more in...
Stand by your principles.
You're right.
By far, not a question.
I think they need to make sure that an election actually happens.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. But no, I think that we need to stop just sitting at the edge of the street begging for attention. We need to get out on the fucking street and start running. Okay, I have 2 dogs. That's who I was thinking of. No, we need to completely. No, we have to explain to everybody why the fuck this is all bad. We don't just need to let people see it because it's clearly not working. I should have seen it from 2016 to 2020 and it didn't work. So no, we need to run our haunches and attack. 100%.
But again, you're now facing a point where it's not just Americans with federal jobs that are getting paychecks that have credit cards and a line of credit. We're getting to a point where it's now the least privileged people who are not going to be able to eat. And so if Democrats now said, hey, we tried our best, but we're going to bend knees so that these people can get their food because they passed the SNAP regularly. They tried to pass the SNAP exemption. It was shut down. And so it is what's best for the Dems in the midterms to bend knee and say, we did our best, but we're not going to let hungry people not get access to food. So we will bend knee. But when you see 300% increase in medical costs, do not look at us. We did our best.
Well, you're assuming that we're going to bend the knee in order for the government to open back up. I haven't seen anything that they're gonna reopen. We're not bending the knee. So I think you're just I'm confused about the principle or your.
What do you think we should do? Since you probably have an opinion.
Honestly, I go back and forth. Yeah, I go back and forth, and I think that at the end of the day, I think the Dems have to bend knee. They have to bend knee. They've got to make sure people can eat.
Thanks, Jeremy. We know what you think. Alexis? Am I saying that right? Graduation cap, Alexis?
In the knee, we've got to stand and fight.
Ashton, what does that mean? Stand up and fight?
Stand up and fighting what?
Yeah, what does that mean, like tactically? What does that mean, stand up and fight?
Well, look here, man. That means politically, ethically, under the law, that we have to fight for what is being taken away from us. Whether that means, for example, food stamps. Some folks talked about housing cuts. Whatever it is that affects your life, my life. That's what I mean when I say stand up and fight. I'm not saying go out here and do violence. No, I'm saying what the law allows you to do. Work within that framework and use the levers of that, right, to sue. There are a lot of states and others that are suing to get the program back open. Shoot, we even talked about, is there a way for folks to class action lawsuit in the state of Texas if the state is not going to step up and sue on behalf of the constituents or people of this state so that they can eat? Because we see a large jump in assistance, like that line you see in my PTR. As far as you can see, people are hurting. And as long as people are hurting, stand up and fight. That's what that means. Stand up for the programs and the values that affect your life. If you don't need food stamps, brother, then that may not be what you're fighting for. But you may have other ways that you're affected that I may not know. And if you're affected, you better stand up. Don't shut up. Stand up and open your mouth. That's what I mean. And what I'm saying to you. Ask me a question and I said an answer to you. You asked me what it meant and you need to reply or what have you. I did tell you what that meant to me. It's the same to you. You can't sit there and do nothing. If you have your life affected, you need to stand up, brother, and anybody. Open your mouth. And what about you, man, that asked me that question? Are you standing up and saying stuff? Or are you sitting back saying this doesn't affect me, so I don't care? Are you Jimmy Crack Corn and I don't care? Can't have that. Gonna say something? You.
Hey, bless up the room tonight. You guys have a good night. Have a good night.
And be blessed. Take care of yourself. Wherever you're going, drive safe and be careful. Make money tomorrow.
No, I'll make it.
Always. You know, make money. Another Canadian person, that was interesting. He's blessed too.
Where'd the Canucks go?
I think they left, and the other guy, he said, "Bless the room." I think they left as well. I don't see him up there. I think they went to bed.
I think when I got on the stage, we were discussing, or you guys were discussing, the different, like, vote, what's it called, the Texas versus, like, California, voting maps and all that. I'm curious to hear your guys' opinion.
Here is really horrible here in Texas, and the population some people want to stand up and fight against it and all that, and it's very difficult. The Democrats have tried, by fleeing the state and all this other kind of stuff. California is trying by having their population, watch this, get a chance to vote on it. Whereas for us, we don't get to do that here, and it sucks. And it feels like living under a communist regime because nobody here gets to have a voice or a say in how the maps are even done here. You know what I mean? They just push stuff through the dark and whatever else, whereas California is legally opening it up on a voting basis for people to go to a poll. That's different, and that's fair.
Yeah. Shout out to California. Fuck Ken Paxton. I'm just curious, sorry, what were you saying?
A little bit of California, at least the legal arms of California sprinkled here in Texas, because here in Texas, it seems like people don't have a voice with a lot of stuff. And in California, folks have a voice to at least go and vote or have that option to. We don't even have an option here. That's scary.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Yeah. The fact that California or Texas did it literally like in the middle of the night and made the Democratic like House members and whatnot have sign a freaking contract about whether they could leave the floor or not. That's fucking insane. I can't even believe that even happened in America at this point.
People are suing. People, you don't have to sign stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's coercion. That's illegal. You can't do that. You can't say, well, sign this, or nope, you can't put an or above that. You can't be an auspices. You can't try to run somebody's life or political career in that manner like that. And that's why a lot of folks have called that out and should call that kind of stuff out. I mean, what if they make you sign that for other reasons? That infringes on your rights to be free. Hell no, I ain't signing something where you can follow me or have a squad car at my house. Who knows what comes with just signing that slip? Yes, we saw the slip on TV, but what's really going on? Hell no, I wouldn't sign nothing like that. That lady, I would have slept in the Capitol too and got a lawyer and would have sued the state. That's what I would have done, and I think she probably is or probably will and should, because that was crazy.
Well, she was the only one, it seems like, that didn't cave. So shout out to her for being a badass and just being like, no, fuck you. I'm not gonna sign a fucking contract that says I can only leave if I have a state fucking trooper follow me for forever. I just I just need the entire country to step back and think about that for a second. That one of our elected representatives is literally not allowed to leave her job at the state house in Texas unless she signs a document to which the opposing party drafted up, gave to the fucking state police, obviously the sheriffs, whatnot, that they drafted up, then they handed to her. This they had to coordinate between the fucking representatives of Texas with the fucking state police, and all agree that they are on board with fucking stalking representatives of the Texas Congress. Can we just otherwise, if you don't sign that document, which is I'm sorry, let's go back, let's step back for a second. I'm sorry, literally not letting you leave the building, that is a dramatic contract, and as an attorney, that is almost on its face.
You can't do that.
On its face, illegal, unconstitutional, immoral. I could go on, and so the fact that we're just cool, that wasn't a bigger news story on the national news. Honestly, on its face, it blows my mind that she literally had to sleep there, and everybody's just cool with that. and everybody else signed the document. She was the only one that didn't sign it. Like, I'm just like, I'm sorry. I'm like, everything that's happening in this country right now is blowing my mind, and the fact that nobody seems to give a shit is also blowing my mind. It's blowing my mind even more. So, okay, I'm done.